Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast, is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our podcast network, head to patreon.com/laststandmedia.
Yo, welcome back to Constellation, Last Stand Media's weekly four-way conversation battle. Thank you for joining us here today. We've got plenty of beef for you. Oh, we've got beef. I'll be your host, MC Dagster, and we've got some of your favorite thugs in the building. Let me introduce you first. Representing Richmond, Virginia, by way of Western Mass. If she's not smoking her foes, she's smoking a wide variety of grilled meats. Micah Moriarty, everybody.
Wow. These intros, Dagan, are getting better and better. I gotta say, speaking of barbecue, I gotta give a shout out to two very special listeners. One of whom sent me this awesome apron, all right, for grilling, and it says, "That ain't burnt, that's flavor." So a big thank you to that individual. I didn't ask them if I could give them a shout out, so I don't know if I should say their names, but I'm going to use fake names. Thank you very much, Tandy, for that. Yeah. And then to another special listener who sent me their favorite steak seasoning, and I'm looking forward to trying that. Thank you very much, Ames, for that. So I just want to shout out those listeners because we're barbecuing when we can. We tried the round hot dogs last night, Colin and I. Big step in our relationship. Huge.
I got to ask about these round dogs. Are they all beef? Are they like a mix?
You have a choice. You have a choice of all beef or the chicken and beef. I prefer like a chicken beef, type hot dog. Like I like all beef hot dogs, but I prefer like an Oscar Mayer, the chicken turkey beef. I prefer
Is it chicken? I thought it was pork and beef for some reason. I don't know why I thought that.
Oh. These ones were chicken and beef.
Interesting. I don't even think I knew that was a thing.
And it depends. Different hot dog brands use different things. Some of them use chicken pork beef. Some of them's chicken turkey beef. But yeah, I prefer the blended hot dogs versus all beef. I do like beef dogs, but not as much.
Yeah.
Micah, you and I were texting a little bit about this. Was it yesterday or the day before?
Yeah.
And there's just something. Now, Kyle, are you on board for these round disc hamburger patty shaped hot dogs?
Yeah, I was excited about them, and we had them, and they were good. But we were reflecting last night while we were laying in bed about. We were reflecting on the round hot dogs and right. And I was like, the reality is they were good. They were really good. But I actually just prefer a hot dog. Like just the shape of a hot dog. It just I didn't know what to do with it. You're biting into a burger and getting a hot dog. It's just a little. I'm 39 years old. I can't just change. You can't change horses midstream.
It's the model of delivery. It's like the way you're interacting with the shape and the size and just the configure. It's like I told Micah the other day. It's like it's a really gross thought to me. It's like having a foot-long hamburger. It's like, no, that's just not right. It tastes exactly the same. It's just, but then, you know what? Then, right, like literally 10 minutes ago, I was thinking about it, and I was like, what if they did a thing where they re-engineered the orange to be shaped like a banana? And then I was like, you know what? That's pretty fucking cool, though. You have to peel the orange now like a banana. I don't know. There's something kind of cool. It's just something about the meat, the different shapes of meats. There's a conventional way of doing it. And I wonder if this is the beginning of doing this with everything. Now are they just going to go in?
They've opened Pandora's box with the round-shaped hot dogs.
And
the gates are open.
A big part of the selling point, you watch the QVC presentation, the number one thing they keep saying is that if you're having a cookout, you only need one shape of bun. Their whole thing is that you won't end up with leftover buns or an odd number of buns because you only need to buy hamburger buns. And that is like their number one selling point for these is like, having a cookout, you only need one type of bun. And honestly, because we did like these, but I probably will throw some of these on the grill for like our next family gathering. And it's true. I won't have to buy hot dog buns. I just need one type of bun, no excess of hot dog buns left over. It's a win-win.
The economics of this doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Those round dogs, don't get me wrong. I'm all for buying something fun that might be a little more expensive, but I was looking at the price of those round dogs. The
they're
money
too
you
expensive.
spend on those is way greater than any remaining buns.
That's
no.
idea.
Yeah, they work out. The pack that I bought, they work out to like $4 each. Now, for 2 people, it's still a pretty cheap meal. If
Sure.
you're like, but if you had a family and you're cooking up 8 of these things, no, that's not a hot dog night. Hot dog night shouldn't cost you $32. All right, like, but for 2 people and it's like a $12 meal is fine. But no, $50 for 12 patties, and the beef patties are more. The beef patties are like $70 if you want like the all.
That's insane.
It is insane. It's totally insane. It's because it's the novelty of it. But that's what I was saying. I'm like, they weren't. I was nervous a little bit just because I'm like, maybe these suck, right? And so they were good. They taste like hot dogs,
right?
But there's nothing about this presentation. There's nothing about the cost. There's nothing about the delivery. There's nothing about any of it that precludes me from saying, just go get some fucking ballpark Franks. I mean, like, what are we doing here?
Ballpark.
Yeah.
An institution.
Whatever. I don't know.
Exactly.
Whatever one you want.
No, I'm with you. It was harder to put beans on it because I didn't want to put beans on the whole sandwich. But usually I'm having a hot dog. I put like beans on each bite. I don't know. There were some issues in that regard. I have to address though. I got so many comments of people saying it's just bologna. And like bologna doesn't taste like hot dogs. If it does, please get tested for COVID. All right. Because like bologna and hot dogs should taste different. And so it's like, I understand what you're saying that texture wise, it's like bologna. It is. But flavor wise, it's not just bologna. Or one guy was like, it's just Spam. Do you know what the fuck Spam tastes like?
It's a little different.
And Spam is a different texture altogether. Spam's not nearly as soft. I had to address that because all the bologna comments were grinding my gears because I was like, it doesn't taste anything like bologna. It's a hot dog. They're different.
A thick cut of bologna. I see that. I mean, the bun thing is a Don Draper level conceit. Like, that's actually really clever, but Dustin just completely debunked it in 5 seconds with the cost. You bring the cost of these things down.
That's the Western PA mindset in me. You know, I got that dad energy that's like, oh, you're paying for the packaging on that one. You know what I'm saying?
You can't get these at Aldi.
Oh, no. Well, Aldi sometimes they sometimes see these things floating around. And then they, they get right to work making the Aldi version. So,
and you'll have some weird German brand. You'll go to the store one day and it'll be like Patty Wurst hot dogs, and it'll be like, oh, sweet German Aldi hot dog patties. I'll buy these. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, listen, let's stick with him. Next, I want to big up my homie coming at you from the greater Pittsburgh area. Greater in quotes. You decide. Lord of his kingdom, which is the kingdom of Kingdom Hearts. Dustin Furman is in the house, everybody.
You made me sound hard for a second, and then you brought up Kingdom Hearts, and that just withered away. But that's okay. You know, I'm not trying to impress anybody. So, but yeah, thanks for having me here on Constellation. It's it's a bit of a family affair this episode, but I'm happy to be here. I feel like I'm part of the family, talking about grilling, the dogs, being here with everybody. Feels good. It's a Friday. And as I said, and we'll talk about a little bit, still waiting for that Kendrick or Drake diss trap. I feel like Friday, if it's going to happen, if there's going to be a round 2, it's today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we're going to get into that. Oh, my friend, we're going to get into that. I love what you said, though, Dust, about this. I don't know. There's something about this specific group. I'm looking at these 3 people. Just feels like family. Always feels like family on Constellation, but there's a level of comfort with this group. I don't know. It's just a different energy. It's a different frequency, and I like it. And that reminds me to bring up the last, certainly not least, my brother, but also my brother. The Grand Duke of Mic Drops, always ready with countless bars of freshly minted freestyle gold. Colin 8 Mile Moriarty. Kyle, give us a few rhymes, my friend.
You got to put the hood up.
Oh yeah, you want me to
put the hood.
See,
got it.
The rest of the pod like this.
You pay for quantity, but quality is what you get for. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. You pay for quality, but quantity is what you spend for. If there's a marijuanaology, I'll be your mentor. There you go.
Another mic drop moment. CM. How are you today, my friend?
I'm well. I'm hanging in there. It's Friday. Decent week. Weekend upon us. Going out to dinner tonight as we usually do on Friday, so that'll be fun. increased my weightlifting regimen this week. Feeling that a little bit. Went from 22 pounds free weights to 30 pound free weights. And it's a lot. I was telling Micah that my goal is to be able to go into a Home Depot and take a 95 pound bag of Quick Right and lift it over my head. And that's when I know I have man strength. Otherwise,
how heavy is that?
It's 95 pounds, I think it is. So Micah brings it. I brought it up to Micah, but it comes up as an anecdote of my increasing strength. Like we were walking around. We go for little nightly walks or whatever, and I was saying that I'm not masculine, and I've never felt masculine, and I'm not ever going to be like truly masculine. But I felt over the last 2 years or so since I just started lifting, and I'm not like going crazy with that. I started with 15-pound dumbbells, and then I went up to 22 pounds. Now I'm up to 30 pounds. I've noticed a difference physically. And I feel a difference. And we bring up that our pool people, the fucking asshole idiot pool people, when they were building the pool years ago, left a bunch of concrete in the garage, and they came and picked it up eventually. But I was like, I had to move it. And this was before I was lifting, and I was like dragging the bags, right? And then I had to move it again. And this was after I started lifting, and I was picking them up and just moving them fine. And that was when I realized in my head, wow, it actually does translate to like the real world. I've never had upper body strength of any kind.
No, me either.
Ever. Never. So yeah. So I that was kind of, we went to Dick's Sporting Goods. We looked at the weights. I was remarking to Micah, are they so expensive because you have to ship them? Because it's like, damn, this must be like crazy how you ship this shit. I have no idea how you even go about shipping this stuff. And then so we did that, and I've been planting a lot of flowers and gardening because it's about that time of year. I've been really enjoying that. Got all the annuals going all over the place. I'll say we have one of the best yards in the neighborhood. I mean, no doubt about it.
You just got the whole warrior poet thing going on. Very Hemingway. You're like talking about being buff and strong, and then you're talking about the more touchy-feely things, like outside gardening. You got this whole thing going on.
It's like the Grapes of Wrath when he talks for 7 pages about the red clay of California. I'm like, I fucking get it. I get it. You can read his shit and skip 5 pages at a time. Because he'd still be describing the same goddamn thing he was describing 5 pages ago. Fucking Ernest.
Let him go. Let him go, my friend. You gotta let a poet be a poet. You know what I mean? The practical effects of your lifting. I mean, I've mentioned this on the podcast over the last couple of years. You could see it, especially when you're wearing a little less clothes. You're a little bulked up right now with the heavy sweatshirt on and everything like that. But if I tried to lift...
Grapes of Wrath is Steinbeck. I'm sorry. I'm looking at it. Right, that's not right. Yeah, Grapes go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dick.
I was just thinking, if I went to Home Depot or Lowe's, tried to lift a big, heavy sack of Quikrete, I think my kidneys would just come out the nearest orifice. Like the guts would just, like they would just find a way out. It's like beyond hernia. Like it would be like irreparable damage. I know what you're talking about because it's like a little bag. It's like smaller than a bag of mulch.
Right.
It's impossibly heavy though.
Right. I love that kind of shit in physics. Like you could taking a spoonful of the matter at the moment of the Big Bang would be infinitely heavy, right? It's kind of crazy to think about it because it's all about gravity and the relation of the particles to each other and all of that. But nonetheless,
I'm jealous.
Doing very well. Good to be here with you guys. Is there anything new to report? I don't even really know. We've been watching a lot of playoff hockey. I mean, playoff hockey is so good. You know, playoff hockey is like the best, actually. You know, everyone starts to hate each other. It's 7-game series. It just gets gritty. You're losing 4-1 with 5 minutes left in the third period. You just arbitrarily start fights in order to try to get, emotional for the next game. There's like so much weird gamesmanship. And then it all ends with a handshake line. The Islanders are out. They got knocked out, but the Bruins are still in. And so we've been watching that, and we'll be watching that tonight as well. So yeah, everything's honky dory, kosher, whatever the case might be.
Kyle, I have a question for you about hockey, professional hockey in your area, the Richmond, Virginia area. Mm-hmm. Like you and Micah from other places, you root for other teams. Who do they go? You're a resident born and raised in Richmond. What's your hockey team?
The Capitals.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, everything DC.
Yeah, there's like a little bit of like Carolina here, but I think a lot of that is it's like Connecticut. Where some of it's natural and then some of it's like people moving there and bringing the fandom with them. So there's like some Hurricane fans and like Panthers fans, Hornets fans, but really it's, like the Capitals, the Redskins, or whatever the fuck they're called now, the Commanders, and
the Nats.
The Nats. So
okay, you could go north or south, but most of them you're actually closer geographically to DC, much closer.
Well, we often lament it in the sense that we're never going to get an expansion team here, which is kind of a bummer. Like, it's not going to happen. It's just not it is a big enough market for probably an NHL team if it was a very specific market. Like, this is a bigger market than Winnipeg, right?
Or
Calgary or something like that. But they obviously have major hockey fandom there, which is awesome. But it's a bummer because I don't know that they would really draw. This place is growing so much. There are so many fucking people here. And just more, there's buildings going up everywhere. I have no idea. We say it every time we're in the car. It's like, what is going on here? It's like I live in a boom town, you know, where they're just like, so they found oil or something. They're suddenly just building all over the place. And I think a lot of it has to do with Lego moving their factory or having their first American factory here.
Yeah.
That's which I think opens in a couple of years, which is going to be a big deal. It's going to be like literally right down the street, which is strange.
That's cool as shit.
So yeah, we often lament that because I'm like, yeah, I'm an Islanders fan through and through. People always say like, oh, who do you root for if it's not the Islanders? I'm like, I don't root for fucking anyone unless I have an ancillary reason. So like, obviously my wife's a Bruins fan, so I'd like for them to do well. The Bruins were playing the Maple Leafs. I hate the Maple Leafs. So I was like totally rooting for them in that situation. And it's the same thing with the Jets. It's like, I'll watch any football game, but I'm not really rooting for anyone unless it somehow benefits me, you know, or the Jets. But it would be interesting for a team to move somewhere. I think about like the San Jose Sharks, who I used to love when I was a kid. Like, they were like my West Coast team.
Yeah.
And I ended up living there and going to a bunch of Sharks games as an adult, which was funny. But it was probably so cool to live in San Francisco, and it's like, oh, the Sharks are their thing now, and you get in with them on the ground level. I'll never get that feeling. And you see that with Seattle and the Kraken, which is a horrible team for a hockey name for a hockey team. And then you have the Golden Knights in Vegas. They're going to expand to Utah this coming fall. Phoenix moved there. They're going to expand to Houston, Atlanta, and all these other places. And they've been in all these places actually in the past, and then those teams failed. But it's never going to happen here, and it's kind of a bummer because it would be fun to have like a secondary team. My buddy Kevin, who was a good friend of mine from college, when he lived in San Francisco after college, and that's why we stayed close. He actually worked as an engineer on the Palm Pre, which is like my favorite phone of all time.
Oh wow.
And a bunch of other stuff. And he lives in North Carolina now. When he was and he's a huge Rangers fan, which is unfortunate. But when he was in San Francisco, he would just go to Sharks games and kind of just became like a passive Sharks fan. And now that he's in Carolina, he lives in Raleigh and he just goes to Hurricanes games. And in fact, I think he has season tickets. And I'm like, that would be kind of cool to just have. So here's what I'm hoping. I don't know if Micah saw this. I don't want to really get involved in this because it's Saudi money. But and Mike, I don't know if you saw this, but there is a rumor that there is going to be a 3-on-3 hockey league in the United States and Canada starting in the fall, $30 million cap per team, all funded apparently by the Saudi royal family. 3-on-3 hockey is overtime hockey. It's fake hockey, but it's going to be like really kinetic, high scoring hockey. And I'm wondering if maybe we get a team here, which would be kind of cool. Because they're going to obviously, if they're going to go at the same time as the NHL, you need to go to other cities. And so maybe that would be an option for us as well. But dude,
that's super interesting.
Dude, with the Islanders' new building, right, at Belmont.
Yeah.
Rumors that the Jets are going to move to Queens.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, like that maybe by 2030.
Makes sense.
And yeah, that's where they belong. That's where they started. And
100%.
All the rest, it would be very exciting to have some sort of consolidation of teams here. But in the meantime, what did I go on there for like 50 minutes on that?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
The Saudis. My friend at work, I'm totally out of touch with this, but he was saying how integrated they are, how involved they are financially with soccer, international soccer, which I didn't know. And so they plays on, and they're involved with everything. Look, video games. Kyle's talking about this hockey league, you know?
Yeah, they bought, I mean, I think it sucks. The Saudi people are fine. The Saudi royal family and the system they live under is horrible. And they can go fuck themselves as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, Live Golf has been a huge... Live Golf is like ridiculous, especially because the PGA is now going to merge with them, it looks like. And Congress is getting all up in arms about that, which they should. They own SNK.
Yes.
Which was like a really shitty thing to find out.
It's so weird. It's really strange.
It sucks. Because I like River City Girls and River City Ransom and all those kinds of games. And it's like, damn, you own that shit now? It sucks. Yeah. It sucks.
Neo Geo? What?
Yeah, Neo Geo, of course. And, King of Fighters and whatever you'd think of. Samurai Showdown.
Oh,
So it's a bummer that they own.
Could be a good conversation for a good topic for a future episode, actually.
Yeah, it would be. It would be. We have to find better ways of funding things than going to these totalitarian dictatorships that are trying to normalize themselves by getting involved in a lot of these different things. So we should just be saying no to them, just like we should be saying no to Chinese money. It's too tantalizing for people.
Yeah, it's
the whole live golf. If you don't, do you know anything about the live golf PGA situation? You should really read about that. It's fascinating.
You know, the PGA finally threw their hands up and said, "Well, I guess if you can't, if you can't beat them, join them," type of thing.
But they fucked over their own golfers because there were a lot of people that turned down live golf money. And they're like, are you like serious money? I mean, I don't know if people have seen this. Like, they're offering sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars to these guys.
That's incredible.
Like more than they would ever make on the tour.
Wow.
Right. And I think it's guaranteed too. Like it's not about where you place.
Right.
Totally broken. And then the PGA was like, PGA threatened to lifetime ban anyone. And I think did lifetime ban people that went to live. And then it was just like, fuck it. So not only did they fuck over their own golfers who would have gotten more money, now they've capitulated to these other people as well. It's a shame. It's a true shame.
Yeah, we got to do this as a topic. I think this would be really interesting, especially if we go back into another sports episode, since this is directly associated with many professional sports and, the ongoing inception of more sports in North America. But listen, all these rap illusions, they're going to culminate in the final battle here. These all mean something, but now we got the mics checked. Entourages are at the ready. We got our bling, right? Bottle service, whatever. Are we in the club or are we in the studio? We're playing make-believe. Which one are we doing?
Oh, we're in the studio.
We're in the studio. Okay. We got the headphones, got the hoods. All right. So now listen, I called out the shots. I called out the order of today's. Now you guys don't know what the topics are, but I want to do something unconventional. Colin and I are going to start. I'm going to have Colin go first because he has a really fun, lighthearted one. I'm going to follow up. Then we're going to do Micah as number 3. She's got something really intriguing, something new for the show, which I'm really actually looking forward to. And I love it because it involved no prep. So it was excellent. And then Dustin has something really topical and really fun and also nostalgic in an odd way to end with. So Kyle, I'm going to kick it to you for yours. I like this one. It's very on brand for the Carlster. And take it away whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I didn't know what to call this. It might be a little bit of a misnomer in some sense, but I called it in our topic email, Anthropomorphizing Our Own Dogs, like our dogs. So I thought this was the perfect group, first of all, to talk about this because we all have dogs and we've had cats and all these kinds of things in the past. And I think it goes for them too. And this is something Micah and I share together as well. And so I just thought I would talk about it. And I was wondering if anyone else does this with their animals too. My suspicion is the answer is probably yes, but I don't know. I think we take it to the crazy degree because we're silly and we're creative people too. And we're bored, of course. So here's the thing. I've had, and Dagan and I own many of these same cats, like, actual cats over time. And my famous cat is Chun-Li, who I had from 1993 to 2009. And I didn't do what I'm going to describe with her, which is interesting. So this wasn't something that I did when I was a kid for some reason. But as I became an adult, so we have Rush and Treble now, but I've had a couple other pets over time, or been kind of have had access to other pets and other animals over time where I've lived. And this all started in college, actually. My college girlfriend and I, we lived separately, but we were just always together. And I basically lived with her for several years. Like I had a dorm room, but I never went to it. I was the best roommate ever, basically. Because I would totally disappeared. Wouldn't see anyone ever. And we got a cat, like a kitten. I don't remember exactly where we got it from. I think it was from her sister, or one of her sorority sisters, cat had kittens or whatever. So we got a black kitten. I named her Niorin, which is the Niorun. We called her Nia. And Niorin is the Norse god of sleep and dreams. And the reason I named her that was because she would always sleep. You could pick her up and just move her. Even as an adult, you could just basically do whatever you wanted to her when she was sleeping. And it was the perfect name for her. And she was wonderful. And over time, I started developing this story about her. And I don't really remember very much about it, but I remember it was a fantasy themed story about a kingdom called Catania. And Nia was like a member of this like society, and so we would just interact with her like that, like, you know, like normal, or she would come in and we would just like pretend that she was coming back from this like weird thing, or ask her like how it was or whatever. And we thought it was funny because she would just stare at you and have like no idea what you're talking about, which is actually the funniest thing about all of this, because the animals have no idea that they're in on this. So just a little like, let's call it lore building.
Or do they? We really don't know.
Right.
We kind of know, but we don't.
Right, exactly. So fast forward to today, because that's kind of the embryo of it, is certainly Nia, right? Who I actually never saw again after 2008 when she was like 4 or whatever. You know, we had broken up and she went with my ex. And that was the end of that. I had no idea. You know, I'm sure she ended up being fine. I'm certainly dead now. But so with Rush and Treble, I think I'm around them. Oh, actually, there's one other one. There's one other one to explain. And it's, so people are going to think it's Lola, my other Boston Terrier that I had with another ex of mine. But no, it's actually my friend Mike Mitchell's cat, Chloe. And I lived with Mike Mitchell for many years and in San Francisco, and Chloe was part of my life, and she would always hang out in my room. And I like used to just like talk to her like she was like a person too, basically, and pretend that she had like a life. So fast forward to today, we have Rush and Treble and our dogs. Rush is 4, Treble's 3, or about to be 3. She'll be 3 in July. And we've created this lore about them. And Micah, I don't know if you want to step in here, but it really started with Rush specifically.
Yeah.
And like we said that like Rush had a job as a bank teller, right? So like Rush, so like when we're not around, or like we pretend like Rush is out. And what is like he was a bank teller, but he was really bad at it, right? This is how it all began, right? Step in here and help me out.
Yeah, okay. Part of this is because we call Rush's dog crate his apartment. Okay, that's part of it. When Rush goes into his crate, we're like, going to your apartment. Mm-hmm. And then I started saying that Rush was having money troubles and he needed a job. And so then we had the whole thing where Rush is a bank teller, but then he was really bad at it. And he kept giving away the wrong money, you know, and it was this whole thing. And then we had this scheme, like, well, we had the whole thing where Rush has a scheme that he has to own a business. Like he's not doing well working for someone else. And that's when we started saying that he owned this Sweet Frog frozen yogurt place. and then we got into, I mean, all of these devolve into Rush running some sort of like insurance fraud because he's not good at managing the business. So like the Sweet Frog, for example, he eventually blew it up because he wanted the insurance money so that he could fund another business. And Rush, you know, accidentally got involved with terrorists. And I mean, that's how all of these end up.
Yeah. So there's like, so there's like a story in between that is, so Rush needs help with the terrorists to blow up the Sweet Frog, right? So
this is outrageous.
I know, it's awesome. So all right. So before any of this happened, I got to back up. While after Rush was a bank teller, he was really interested he liked hummus and he was looking for hummus, right? And he wanted to buy hummus, but he accidentally found Hamas instead, right?
Uh-oh.
So the guys at Hamas help him blow up the Sweet Frog that he owns for the insurance money. Okay? The leader of this Hamas cell is named Sharim al-Sharif, and it's a cat in our neighborhood.
He's one of the gutter cats. You see him going in and out of the sewers all the time.
So when we're walking and we'll see Sharim al-Sharif like far down the street or whatever, and like they'll look at each other, the dogs, and I'm like, you guys know it, like, and then he'll like walk in, go into the sewer or whatever, and we're like, you know, you're gonna go see him in the sewer. We call them the sewer cats. You're gonna go see them later, and that's where the terrorists live. So these guys help Rush. The cats help Rush blow up his Sweet Frog that he owns, gets the insurance money, and then invests that in a Raising Cane's that's being built.
I knew about that part.
Right.
I knew he owned a Raising Cane's.
Right. So
how did you know about that?
Because that detail of the lore came up, I think, on Sacred or at some point that's come up. So Rush owns a Raising Cane's and it's on Hull Street, but it took forever to be built. Like for some reason, it just like they ran out of money or something, and then they like stopped it. And so we would constantly make fun of him that he had we would say like, Rush. So this is where it gets weird. Like it gets weird. It's always weird. But where I think it gets fucking funny is that
they're so confused because they have no idea what we're saying. Where I'm like, Rush, what is going on with the Raising Canes? Like, and he just looks at you. It's like, Rush, we'll even be like, Shreem Al Sharif can't come here today. You know, when we're gone, this can't be going on. Like, we just talk to them like that, and they're so confused and they have no idea. And so now it's that the Raising Cane is open, but Rush never goes to work, and it's getting bad reviews on Google reviews. So Micah goes and reads them.
You guys have too much time on your hand. How do you and Micah?
This is only Rush.
This
by the
is
way.
an active, ongoing thing.
Yeah.
How do you're not writing it?
Well,
You're
the whole other
inventing
side. The other side is that Treble is rich. All right, Treble has a lot of money, and so the joke is like Rush is broke, and Treble has a lot of money, and like we joke that she wears nicer clothes than Rush does. Partly just because her little clothes are kind of cuter than the stuff I can buy for Rush.
Yeah, we say like Rush always like Goodwill clothes, and she's got like
exactly
really like
designer.
Yeah.
And like, well, you know, Treble's getting 3.5% back on her portfolio next year.
Yeah,
like Treble, you know, Treble is an investor. You know, she's very smart with her money. And when her and Rush go out to dinner, she's always picking up the tab. There was a whole storyline where Rush borrowed money from Treble and Colin had to pay it back because we were like, no, you can't borrow money from Treble anymore. You know, Colin's got to give you the money back. And that was a whole thing. He's not allowed to borrow money from her. But yeah, the Raising Canes, it's only a perfect coincidence that it is getting horrible reviews. And so I'll read them to Rush and I'll be like, Rush, what's going on with your business? Like there was literally one review that said the kitchen was playing a radio so loud that you couldn't order food because they couldn't hear you through the drive-through box. And so it's like the kitchen's just, I'm like, what is going on over here? You can't manage a business for shit. And then if Rush is like, if his harness is looking a little ratty, it needs to be replaced. We tell him he looks poor. Like Rush just can't manage a business. And then he starts talking again about maybe getting insurance money. That's what we got to tell him. Like, you can't keep blowing up buildings, Rush. Like you're going to get caught.
It's all about that taste he had for hummus and how he accidentally came across Hamas and became kind of like a terrorist sympathizer, basically.
That's the best part so far.
Yeah.
Now, where is her fortune from? What is she? Is she an inheritor? Is she trust fund baby?
Yeah, I think we kind of look at her as like a sophisticated businesswoman. You know?
Yeah.
That makes, wise investments, prudent investments.
And she was bankrolling. She was bankrolling her friend. Her brother? Are they brother and sister?
Yeah, what is their relationship?
Yeah, they're brother and sister in the story.
Okay. We do sell them as siblings. Are they actually related? We don't know.
Yeah, they might be. They're probably cousins. In reality.
We always say like that's your brother. Like we do say that.
Yeah, genetically,
I don't know if they're
genetically, I think they're cousins. But I think her dad is like is Rush's dad's brother, I think, or something like that.
In real life.
Yeah,
right. Okay. All right. This is incredible. I had no idea it went this deep.
It goes so much deeper than this, but it's like there's like so much lore to it. Micah and I are insane. I mean, that we really are two peas in a pod, like where we say the most insane shit all of the time. Like I love the meme. I bring it up all the time of the guy throwing the headphones off, like in disgust, like when he's listening to something that's awful or whatever. And I'm like, that's the FBI agent that listens to us. Like, can you imagine someone actually listening to this?
Curbside in a van with their cold coffee.
Right. And they're like, Jesus, what is wrong with these fucking people? Are fucking nuts.
The other side of this is, okay, this happened. All right. I'm not making fun of anybody. This legitimately happened on Ramadan. So Rush sometimes does this thing where he won't eat. And like he does have just intermittent tummy troubles. Sometimes he's just very picky. But so it happened to be on Ramadan, the fasting holiday. Rush did not eat breakfast or lunch. He didn't eat until after sundown. And I didn't realize it until I gave him his dinner and he starts eating. And I was like, oh my God, he's celebrating Ramadan. And then we started, the other storyline was that now Rush was actually committing to this. And he kept telling us our food wasn't halal. And he kept talking about everything's possible through jihad. And it was like, Rush is getting involved in this. But the Ramadan coincidence really was just one of the funniest things. Like he actually didn't eat until sundown. We were like, oh my God, we gotta do something about this. But
I think you guys might be on to something. I think this might be started as a story, but now there's a lot of truth bleeding into this thing. I don't even know. I'm fascinated. I think you guys think this is normal, but I don't even know how to follow this. Like I have a poopy pee-pee song with Kiki.
Oh, I mean, the songs are endless. Like I have a whole, I could have a whole album of songs that I wrote about Rush in Treble. Stuck in a Sweater, You Can't Get Out of It. That's like a classic. All right. Like we have so many songs about them. Waiting All Day for Hot Dog Night is adjacent to the dogs because we usually sing it to them. But oh my God, the songs about the dogs is its own category. But yeah, you don't have this type of lore about Kiki. She's not some sort of terrorist or anything when you're not home.
I don't have anybody silly to kind of collaborate with. You know, the kids are both teenagers. They're over me. And Helene, this is just not Helene's speed. This is why you guys, me and Helene, peas in a pod in a lot of senses, but not in this way.
Yeah,
this is really interesting.
Well, it's funny. You make a really good point unintentionally there, Dag, which is that the silliness was there with me a little bit with those cats specifically, but I'd never had a collaborator to ratchet it up. Like, you know, like where we're just ratcheting it up 100 times over. And it's just funny. And I was thinking about like, why are we doing this and why is it funny? And I'm like, I think we're just storytellers. Like in some sense, like I like just making shit up about situations or assuming like why. And it's more fun that way, other than just being like, this is a dog. We know ultimately none of it's true, of course. It's funny.
I don't know.
What's funny about it is saying it to them dead ass, like talking about it and their dumb face looking back at you.
That's like, hilarious.
And you're just having these conversations with Treble about, you know, how's the money and like what's going on with this. And she's just,
you guys have the makings of like an actual cartoon here. You realize that like this would be an amazing animated series. It's gold. Dustin, I need you to weigh in on this because before I talk about Kiki, and just as a mediator, like how normal is this? Colin pitched this via email as a topic, basically saying like, this is what I got. This is the flavor I got, Kyle. We have, you know, these two dogs, these two beloved pets. You guys have dogs too, beloved animals as well, right? Here's what, you know, we have this whole lore and this whole story. We can't wait to hear yours. The truth is, this is out of control. Yeah. I need Dustin to weigh in and is this normal? Do you have a thing like this for the dog?
So I would say it's not abnormal to apply human characteristics and maybe even stories to dogs. My family has done this as long as we've had dogs. Now, I will say, I think Colin and Micah, if there is a spectrum, it's on the high end of this of the spectrum. We always joked with my parents' dogs, Neko and Elora, which Neko now R.I.P. in peace. He's passed away. We started when we first had Neko. We would just call him Mr. Dog, just because we thought it was funny that was the most like blanket. He is a dog. He is Mr. Dog. Then we got Elora. She was Miss Dog for a little bit, and then we started working in Mrs. Dog. We're like, okay, well, when did they get married? What is their relationship here? Because sometimes they fight. So we'd always joke that this was in the, well, not early Facebook days, but earlier, that their status was, it's complicated. So we never knew, like, they kind of had an on again, off again thing. And then a few years ago, before Neko passed away, we joked that they're like, they finally had the ceremony and they were fully married before he passed. It was kind of depressing, but it was very cute at the same time.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
For Frisk, we don't have any kind of extensive lore like this, but we do apply personality traits all the time. We always talk about how mad she is, talk about how she has a potty mouth. Something that came up when I was streaming a lot. She would come up and I'd pretend to have her whisper in my ear, and I'd always have her, she was like the Sony pony dog. And so she would always just repeat the Twitter ramblings of the Sony ponies and try to convince my audience how much Xbox sucked. We always talk about like that she claims to be, she's like, you know, I'm an outside dog, really. You know, I don't really need to be in here right now. I could live outside. My ancestors lived outside. But at the same time too, so Frisk, we have a crate for her that we've trained her in. She's all of her nights that she's spent are in the crate. She never sleeps in our bed. I know a lot of people have their dog in their bed. That's fine. I'm not making any statement about that. But we always joke. Frisk is like, well, if you guys fucking love me, you'd let me sleep in your bed. Instead, you're keeping me down here in this dingy box. So that comes up quite a bit.
I love that.
But as far as the extensive lore, I know this goes a little bit outside the topic. This reminded me, I didn't think about this till you were talking about it. My friends and I in high school would create the exact same lore scenarios that you're talking about with our teachers outside of class. I remember specifically in 9th grade, I had a history teacher named Mr. Grossman. And this dude was, I don't mean to be mean, he was like an NPC level teacher, you know, kind of like pudgy, bald, white guy that wore polos every day. And this is where the story gets a little weird. Me and my friends are super into heavy music, like death metal, stuff like that. The logos that you can't understand what they're saying at all. And we discovered this really weird sub genre of death metal that is, it's called porno grind. We're like, what the fuck is this? And it's more like the most deranged, disturbed lyrics. And it just sounds like gurgles and bass and like blast beats on drums. So we had this idea that Mr. Grossman once like saw someone's computer open and they left this porno grind band open. And he was like, oh, this is like the first interesting thing he'd ever seen in his life. He's like, oh, I should start a band. And so we'd always joke that him and the other history teacher we had, Mr. Cooper, would start this porno grind band together. And one of the jokes we always said is that they could never get any shows in Butler. So they would just try to play the parking lot as people left shows, local shows in Butler. The one time they did get a show, though, the only problem is it was in Anchorage, Alaska. And it was on a Friday night. So every time they would leave after class, after school, to try to get to to drive to the show to Anchorage, Alaska. And they always had to cancel. They never could make it in time. They couldn't figure it out. Like, oh, what's going on here? We can't do this. But what was weird about that lore, we had this extensive lore about them starting this band together, him trying to be a band manager. It was very like Flight of the Conchords situation where they're trying to make it. What was weird is that people outside of our circle started to catch on to this. Like maybe there's like a friend of a friend that hears about the lore. And then things were happening where I was hearing about bits of this lore that we didn't create. It had grown beyond us to the point where someone along the line started to refer to Mr. Grossman as the Crow. And he had this alter ego as the Crow. And I was like, what the fuck who is this? And that lore eventually, I think, even grew larger than our lore originally, to the point where people were like leaving notes on his desk that was like signed the Crow or whatever. And it was starting to bleed into reality. And I was like, I don't know about that. So we did that quite a bit. So I understand. I enjoy the lore making quite a bit. We haven't done anything like that in a while. I don't know. I think with Frisk, I don't know if we can create a lore for her at this point.
Dude, it's you. Yeah, it might be a little, well, you can do it at any time, but
naturally.
But I would also say like, she's perfect for it because she's a dumb little dog, just like ours. Mm-hmm. It's fun to make up stories. I imagine if you have a golden retriever, whole different set of stories.
Yeah.
Probably more successful, more handsome, smarter, out there in the world doing their thing. These dogs can't do anything. You know,
no.
Rush and Treble are the stupidest animals you'll ever meet.
Yeah, they can barely build the Raising Canes.
But that's exactly right. So that's why it's so what you're describing is an analog to this for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And it's
100%.
And it's funny. Yeah. Cause we've done that too. Like making up stories about people wherever. I just found and that's why I said, I don't know exactly what to call it, but it's like an anthropomorphizing of your own dog. Right. Cause I think we look at that term as saying animal with human characteristics, literally. Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But so it has to be in cartoons or it has to be in the fiction, but we're talking about it figuratively, and that's why it's funny.
I love it. And all you need, like you and Micah had that first domino, and then it just took off and it went in any direction you wanted. What Dustin's saying about the teacher, this guy, what's cool about that is that guy was so beige, right? He was so pedestrian that he just lent himself to irony. You know what I mean? It was like, this guy is so kind of common and boring. Let's make him the Crow. Let's make him goth. Let's make him death metal. It's like, that's and high school is when you learn how to do that shit. You know what I mean? It's just like, that's all you need is that twist. Like the golden retriever, probably be the worst arch criminal in the world. It's like the best dog, the best family dog, best behaved. You got to twist that. Either he's an idiot, he's a complete idiot, or he's just the most unsavory Mexican drug kingpin that ever lived, murderous. You know what I mean? You just take something and you twist it the opposite way. you know.
You reminded me. We had another teacher that we had lore about later in high school, but this lore was a lot more rough, so I won't get into it too much. But this teacher, he was retired, very sassy old gay man. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're like, why would you make fun of the sassy old gay man? They're the best. They're funny, hilarious. But what he did once to me, I was getting ready to direct the show for the morning show. And our normal teacher wasn't there, so he was subbing in, but he was kind of around. He was like a go-to substitute, and all the teachers knew him since he had just retired. And some kids were laughing as I was like getting the show notes together and being like, hey, you're going to do this, you're going to do this. He noticed the kids laughing, and he looked at me, and he said, he sounded like Squidward too, by the way. He was like, this was around the time when this happened. He said, Dustin, if you embarrass me, I will send you to the Penn State locker room.
Really?
Oh my God.
Dude, that fucking rules.
Oh my God.
That's a 7-figure lawsuit.
Dude.
Yeah.
So we always joked that he had, you know, extra relationships going on. Yeah, I heard stories about him once where like there was this guy I knew that he like put on this girl's sweatshirt inside out that had fur. So he was being a stupid 11th, 12th grader going like, I'm a polar bear. And he was like, oh, if you're a polar bear, then I'm a little sea lion.
Oh, God.
So all I'm saying is it wasn't like, oh, we're making this fun of this old teacher because he's gay. It's like, no, he said some shit that was absolutely questionable.
And the gay stuff kind of makes it a little funnier.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, he said he was going to send me to the Penn State locker room if I embarrassed him. And for those who don't know, major sexual assault scandal going on at Penn State at the time, because this was 2011, 2012.
Yeah, that was the time.
So,
oh my God, that's scary because it's like regional. It's like there's a realism to it because it's like in your neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Colin, what was that video where they're like, pass me that white boy?
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's a video. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like a Southern gay white guy, like very like flamboyantly gay, talking about how he used to go to, he's older, and he would talk about when in the 60s or 70s, he would go to like black Southern bathhouses and get passed around basically by these dudes.
Oh.
And it's so funny. Like the way he talks about it and like his accent and all of that. I got to find that video. I don't even know. I'm afraid.
What is this? Like
I'm
a soft
I'm gonna have to go on DuckDuckGo for
it was
this
just
one.
on Twitter.
No way.
He's like, he's like, look at this little white boy, like doing an impression of the guys. He's like, they passed me around and all this. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. That's a good one. There's so many funny things I forget about half of them. You know?
Oh, absolutely. I'm reminded of a key piece of Rush's lore, by the way, is that Rush was running out of money and he had to sublet his apartment, his dog crate. And so at one point he was subletting it to an Indian family. And he got really upset because somebody spilled curry on the floor and made a mess. And he was talking about how spicy it was because he thought he was trying to eat the food in the fridge and he didn't know what it was. It was too spicy for him. And that's a whole other side of his. And Rush is subletting his apartment to various families. The families come and go, and it could be anybody any week. But Rush will be talking about like they need to quiet down in there, who he's subletting to. That's a whole other piece of it.
I forgot.
When he goes into his house at the end of the night.
There's frankly 50 more arcs that we haven't even touched on.
I love it.
In all honesty, I also like that I do this all the time where I'm always like, we're going out to dinner tonight, so I'll no doubt do it tonight. I'll be like, Rush Pup, what do you get? What are you getting tonight? Yeah. And then, and he'll just like look at you with the dead ass eyes. And I'm like, you're going to get the grain bowl? It's interesting.
Now, question, Colin.
Yeah.
You are a man of penmanship, an author to some degree. Would you ever consider writing down the chronicles of Rush and Treble, even not necessarily for public release, but for you to remember, because this is spoken word.
It is
storytelling now.
Yes, that's true.
It's like the traditions of our forefathers being passed down before before Sanskrit. They would have to tell these stories to each other, and you'd have to just remember. And that's a really good point. I mean, to your point, that's the thing is like, I know that there's lore about Nia back in college and Catania, the kingdom I made up, and I don't remember any of it. Like, but that's like all I remember about it, is that like I definitely was making up weird stories about this and I mean fantasy, like high fantasy world that she came from. Maybe because it was inspired by Niorin and like the Norse kind of thing, and you got the gods and all that. So I don't know.
And it happened to work out because it ended up applying to her personality.
Right, exactly.
Which is interesting.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The Russian Treble thing really could be an animated series. I mean, you guys have crime, there's money, there's politics, intrigue, you got terrorism.
Mm-hmm.
Terrorism.
Bad blood.
A lot of terrorism. There's another cat we named, it's the cat terrorist propagandist. We named him Al Jazeera. We just call him Al. It's an orange cat.
He's another denizen of the neighborhood.
Yeah, like there's basically there are these cats that live in the neighborhood. Like people's different. We live in a very suburban, obviously, neighborhood. Lots of outdoor cats, but they kind of like convene with each other. They're not feral or anything. They're just kind of wander around, then they go home.
Yeah,
or whatever.
Indoor, outdoor
and
types.
They often like congregate in or around the sewers. We noticed like they go in and out of the sewers, so we call them the sewer cats. And then that ended up being that's like the terror cell. That's where we came.
I love it
because they're just like kind of hanging out. You only see them from afar, and then they scurry away. You know. And I love when Russian and Sharim Al Sharif make eye contact with each other, which happens every once in a while where they see each other, and then that adds to the lore. You know.
I like the charm. I mean, if you guys ever have kids, these are the perfect bedtime stories. I like the charm of just keeping it oral. You know, I'm encouraging you to pitch this to Cartoon Network, but at the same time, it's kind of cool that you guys just have this ongoing thing, and sky's the limit in terms of imagination. I mean, with Kiki, for those of you guys that don't know, I have what do we have? She's 6.5-year-old Havanese, super cute. I mean, I will say this thing about Kiki over the last couple of months, now that the dynamic in the house has changed because I'm away 4 days a week. And it's been interesting. It's been fun. I leave the house at 8 a.m, get home usually around 7. Now people get home. I leave at 8 and then people get home around 3-ish. So she's by herself now for that 7 hours. She's not used to that. There's usually always somebody home. So when I come home from work, she's so excited, especially like the first 2 or 3 weeks that I was gone. And it's so nice that, you know, I have 2 teenage kids. They're completely apathetic about my comings and goings, right? But it's so cool to see Kiki, like she gets so excited. You would think I was gone for weeks. And that was like the first 2 to 3 to 4 weeks of leaving every day. And she would get so hyped up that you thought, you know, when a dog just gets like that, you think they're going to burst. It just doesn't stop. It doesn't wind down after the first 2 minutes. Just this
it feels
ongoing thing of like crying. They're so excited that they're crying. You know what I mean? That type of thing has been really nice. But with Kiki, it's always been a thing. She's a Havanese, so she's always had, in my mind, she's always had a little bit of that Latino, Hispanic accent. You know what I mean? There's always been that. Like, that's clearly her voice when she talks to the cat when we're gone. And the endless poopies and pee-pee song, which, by the way, could go to any music. It just kind of happens.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have an earworm, and you apply that to the poopy and pee-pee song. That's the thing. I'll tell you the thing about Kiki, though. It's not nearly as exciting as the Treble Rush thing, but she's got this whole deep cover spy thing because she's a very good dog, very well behaved, very smart, was never a problem, sort of like adorable, but also the perfect family dog. But she's got one monkey, man. She's got one thing that she does that is terrible that she just can't shake. It's like her addiction. And that's that she's got to get into that litter box and eat a piece of cat shit. She's got to do it. She's just got to do it. You know what I mean? She can't help herself. And I know she's like one of those dogs that you could see she's just 24 hours a day aiming to please, right? But the whole thing has become, well, that adorableness, the frolicking with the toys, the being cute and fluffy, following us into every room, being endlessly loving. It's all a ploy to get to that cat box, to get that sweet Tootsie Roll.
Yeah, she's like, look, it's like breaded. It's like, it's awesome, you know?
Yeah,
that's our whole
panko crumb.
That's our whole bank. Everything is just an act. It's all sleight of hand, deep cover, spy, deception to get to that litter box. And the funny thing is, no matter how much she's disciplined, no matter how much she's, you know, when you yell at the dog and you see they're taking it to heart, that's what's so special about the dog as compared to the other. Well, I love cats. Other pets are great, but dogs have that human quality of showing remorse, right? You can just see it in their eyes. They feel bad after you scold them.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter. You could see she takes it hard, but she just slides right back into that habit. It's like her heroin.
No,
she just
totally
can't stop.
Yeah, it really does also show you the extent of a dog's intellect. Like Mike and I have discussed this a lot in private. Like I'm fascinated by the idea, and this is, as I understand, true, that dogs are born smarter than humans, and for like a small amount of time are like smarter than the analog human at that age. Like they can do more for themselves, they understand more about the world, and then it just stops. Right. And then like obviously the baby progresses to being a toddler and like whatever. Right. Like what, Mike, what were you saying? Like a smart dog is like a 2 or a 3-year-old, right? Human or something like that. They say.
Yeah. Like our dogs would top out an intelligence of like a human 2-year-old, basically. You know, and smarter dog breeds still can't excel too far in terms of like human knowledge. But like our dogs being relatively dumb are like a 1 or a 2-year-old at their peak. Like that's just as smart as they can get. They know a couple words, and that's because Boston Terriers, we saw that thing, was a list of like 136 breeds ranked by intelligence, and our dogs were 100 out of 136. So like they are only smarter than 36 other dogs. It was just like
they're struggling.
It makes me more empathetic to them when they do stupid stuff because they just literally can't learn. They can only learn so much. They're good dogs. They're well-mannered. They're idiots. Like Rush is huge, and he can't figure out that if a door is cracked open that he can walk through it. The door has to be open exactly as much as he needs, or he won't go through it. Treble will push right through it. Rush won't. Like they're just not very smart, and you just have to realize like this is it. They're not bad dogs. They're just dumb.
Yeah,
and
I realized with. Treble has like beef with the dog next door to us. Oshi, who is really sweet. What kind of dog is he? I don't know this breed.
I don't even know. He appears to be a mixed breed, like German Shepherd-ish.
Yeah, it's like a black dog.
Is this a real beef or is this like in your story?
No, this is a real beef. Real beef. Treble doesn't understand that it is not, in fact, the dog that. So Treble's really small, right? Really small. Rush is twice as big as her, basically. And she's actually very small on the spectrum of Boston Terriers, like outside of the acceptable weight limit of like a Boston Terrier even. That's how small she is. And Rush is actually heavier than a Boston Terrier should be by about 5 pounds at the max, which is crazy. So we have like this really big dog and this really small dog. And Treble's a bull in a china shop. Like she's fucking crazy. And so she doesn't care at all. But there have been a couple of instances where dogs have approached her aggressively or basically just off leash, not even aggressively. And she's been scared because they're so much bigger. And she has internalized this to such a degree that she will not, no matter how you try to say no to her or cajole her, like she's never going to let go of this idea that this black dog like kind of came up to her aggressively once. And so every black dog she sees, she barks at. And we've said that she's just straight up racist, right? Like it's black dogs. And I've tried. So we have a black dog next door to us, and I'm like, it's not the same dog. You know, I've tried to bring it up. They're really nice next door. Like I bring her up to the fence and like try to be like, smell, like figure it out. It's not the same dog. He's very friendly, and she just fucking freaks out even more. And it's like I just bring this up to say there's no getting that out of her. Like she's never going to understand for some reason that it's not the same dog. They got people. It's actually those people moved. They're gone. That dog's not even here anymore. It hasn't been here for fucking probably 2 years. You know? But we saw it yesterday. We were walking them. A black dog, another black dog was across the street. Treble will be fine with everyone and every dog except for big black dogs, and she'll start barking at it.
Yeah. And we have this thing we say of like, if I could just talk to you for 30 seconds and you would understand, like, what would I say? And the number one thing would be like, that's not the same fucking dog. All right. Like, that's not the dog. He's very nice. You got to leave him alone. And I love you. Like, that'd be the other side of it. But it's like, if I could just get 30 seconds of you having human intelligence and you could understand me, the number one thing I'd tell Treble is that's not the dog you think it is. Like, please stop. And she'd be like, oh, all right, sure. But we can't. The technology isn't there yet.
That's another topic too. Because we talk about that. It's exactly what you said. I've often wondered this with pets that I've had where I'm like, if I could just get 1 minute of cogence between us, that's it. Like, what would I tell you? And you, me, right? If we could just, I get 30 seconds, you get 30 seconds. Or I'm the human, you're the cat. I get 45 seconds, you get 15. But I'm going to tell you a series of things that are really important. that you're going to comprehend just for that time. And then you're going to understand and go forward into your cat life, understanding those things. I love thinking about that because especially with dogs which are smarter and more dynamic, where it's like, there's a lot of shit I can tell you that you need to know. So what am I going to, when this happens, this means this. When we go out, we're not leaving forever. Like just assume we're coming back. Like that kind of stuff, you know? But Dig, I loved what you said too about the scolding. Because Micah makes fun of me. Rush doesn't listen. Like I didn't train Rush really. Right. Rush loves me. I'm Rush's person. And ultimately he's my responsibility. But we lived a very feral life. Like we always often kid around that there was like 6 months or so of me and Rush by ourselves before Micah was even in the picture. So it's like and Micah saw that situation. Like I'd leave the back door open and he would just come in and out and like we would just hang out. And it was like a
flies everywhere.
Yeah, flies. That's where the fly checkbook came from.
Right. Yeah.
And I had a checkbook that I would just destroy flies with for like 2 years and it was like, it's like a person having a sword and like never wiping the blood off of it or whatever.
Oh my God.
And so Micah walked into that situation and Rush and I have an understanding, but I do remember he's kind of calmed down a lot actually, but he got out once and it scared the shit out of us. Rush is really fast, right? I don't think people really understand. Bostons are incredibly athletic dogs. They're not like fucking French bulldogs or something. They're nuts. They're fast. They fucking spin and jump and do all sorts of crazy shit. And so if they get away from you, it's bad news, especially him. Treble's fast too, but she's small.
And she comes back much easier.
Right, exactly.
Like, the 2 times that she has like slipped her harness or something, you yell at her and she'll stop. And then like, saunter back to you. Like she really is just like not interested in getting away. Like
we always kid around that Rush knows what we're saying, but just ignores us. And it's true because he'll listen to you like when he wants to. But there was he got out and I eventually like tackled him and got him and picked him up. This was like 2 years ago, probably, or maybe more, and brought him back. And I never yell at Rush and I fucking screamed at him. And to that point, I saw in him like and you remember that like where he was like new, like it might have been the only time I had ever seen him. Like, wow. Like, I'm like, I was so fucking livid at him. And yeah, he was like, he kind of reformed a little bit after that. Like,
he never did it again.
Yeah. Like it was interesting. And I never talked to him like that again. Like before that or after that, where I was like, Mike, you can tell you, and you know me, Dagan, we've known each other my whole life, is like, I actually don't yell or scream at all. Like, I'm not a yeller or a screamer. And I was no,
you're not
in the throat screaming,
right.
Because I was so scared. I was like, what the fuck were you doing? This went on for like 15 minutes when we were out there, like trying to cajole him. Cars coming by and shit. I was like, this is horrifying,
I feel bad for that really speaks to me because with the dog and raising your voice and then them expressing remorse and obviously feeling bad, I always feel bad when I raise my voice at Kiki because I'm like, first of all, there is limited understanding. She's a smarter dog, but still, how much, what capacity does she have to really understand this? And also, they're kind of wild animals, right? Like they're trained, we've domesticated them, but how much of it is like the call of the wild? Like she needs to eat that piece of cat shit. You know what I mean? Now, how much of it is that she really knows there's going to be no real actual repercussions?
Yeah, that's right.
Smart dog. And how much of it is just like she can't resist the call of the wild? You know what I mean? It's like she just gotta obey whatever's telling her to do that thing.
It is a consequence thing. Like, unfortunately, it's like with a child, like just how far are you willing to go? If a child does something wrong and you smack the child, they'll probably think twice about it, maybe more in the future. But the point is the marriage, like, do you want to do that? And it's the same thing with a dog. It's like, you could shock them, like you can get a shock collar,
like the shock collar and and like
do stuff like that. And that does work. But like our neighbors have a fucking Doberman and they definitely shock him, like,
oh, interesting.
Like, cause you can tell he's like barking like crazy and then he just stops. Yeah.
Oh,
and it's like, so I'm not judging anyone. I'm not an expert on animal care, but I would just never do that. I mean, you could tell by the fact that my dog doesn't listen because I was too afraid to tell him to do anything anyway. He brings me on walks,
or you'll be like, Rush, come here. And he'll just look at you and then turn around and go in his crate. And we're like, come on, man. Like, come on. Dagan, when you did spraying the water we tried the water spritzing, because that does work for cats very well. And that's perfectly harmless. But Rush went crazier when Colin sprayed him with the water, and his eyes got like as big as dinner plates. And then he like started like fucking running around the house like a madman. It made it so much worse.
What did he think? It was a game?
Probably, because you know what else he likes to do is he likes violence. He does like violence. He loves getting in front of sprinklers and getting like right to the source of the sprinkler and then opening his mouth to the point where like he's like and then like chokes himself, and then he just does it again. Like he'll like not do it for 2 days and then he'll like do it again, like where he gets to the end of the sprinkler and then just like rushes it. Pardon the pun. With his mouth. He's so wonderful. I love him so much. But
I have to tell you. Yeah. Well, how long have we been doing Constellation now? Over a year, right?
Yeah, a year and 5. I mean, it was January 2023.
Ish.
Yeah.
That was, I think, your Rush, you and Micah telling me the Rush Treble story is one of my favorite segments so far. That just I had no idea it ran that deep. I had no actual clue.
It runs deeper, but we'll get into it another. I mean, there's more to it, but
much deeper can it go?
But yeah, I'm satisfied. I don't want to go on too long. I do think there's an extra topic here though with the four of us, since again we're all dog people, is about what would you tell your dog if you had 1 minute?
Yeah.
Like what are the things that you needed to understand about like the world, about your behavior, about things, and like what would you want it to know? And then maybe we'll time you. So you say, we'll see what you'll say, you know.
Could bring the dogs in the room. Also, which would be freaking hilarious.
Yeah, it would be.
Just go face to face.
Yeah, I'll get Rush. Micah can get Treble. Yeah, well, that's perfect.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've Googled, does my dog know I love him? Because I'm just like, I hope he knows. And Google says he knows. According to Google, he knows how much I love him. But I'm like, but does he? Does he know? Like, really? Because it's like, I love him a whole lot. And I hope that they know that we're not just like a couple of pals here. I hope they're like, yeah, this is my family. I just need that. They probably don't care. But Google says that they know how much I love them. Probably because of the food I keep putting in their bowl every day. But, you know, whatever it is, it's working.
I fed them their Cosequin today, by the way.
Oh, you gave them their Cosequin. Very good.
What's that?
Good. Oh, it's their joint supplement, which I switched them over from the soft chews to these tablets that you have to split in half because they're a lot cheaper.
Yeah, they're like supplements.
I wasn't sure if they'd like it, but they do.
Yeah, Boston's have like fucked up joints after a while because, you know, these dogs are all morphed into fucking weird packages that shouldn't exist in nature. And like we said, Rush already had knee surgery on his back right knee or whatever. So we give them these things that are supposed to like strengthen these ligaments or whatever. So that it doesn't happen, or it happens later.
Okay.
Because they're insured, but even their insurance is going up and stuff like that. You know,
it's ridiculous, the pet insurance. Dustin, do you do this? We talked about this before, but I forgot what your answer was. My pet insurance has gone up. Kiki's, we got it in our first year. So let's say we've had pet insurance for 6 years. It's gone up. It was already expensive. It's gone up at least $35 per month in that time.
Whoa.
Gosh, it's like, it's almost double.
That's like the cost of the whole plan for us.
It's
like each
insane.
dog is like $30-something.
Is that right?
Yeah, because it's vital. I don't know when you got her in, but if you get the dog in under 8 weeks into the insurance, you are like, you get like an amazing rate basically. And then when you start joining later, it becomes more and more onerous.
Yeah, I wonder if she was that young. I'm not sure.
So
now it's a top tier plan. Like it's like they'll pay 90% up to 90% if something happens.
That's what we have too. Do you have Trupanion?
No. What the hell is it? I don't want. It's a good service. It's just very pricey. I can't think of the name. It's not the lemonade one. What the hell is it?
There's so many now. Every time I go to the vet, I see a pamphlet for a different one. There used to only be like 3 of them when I'd go, and now I look at the little pamphlet thing, and they have their own pet insurance through the vet's office. And then there's so many now that it's like but that part of the problem is like you can't even really try and switch to get a better rate because so much of it is like Colin said, getting them in when they're puppies.
You'll start over.
Like, right, you might get a slight savings, but you can't ever get back that original savings of, okay, you enrolled them at 8 weeks and you'll get the lowest price for life, and then you're kind of locked into this place though.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's smart though to share that with people because I don't know if I hit that window. I have Healthy Paws and I've always stayed with them even though they seem the priciest.
Well,
and you can never use it. It's strictly for sickness and emergency.
Oh,
like they are not trying to pay for, like typical vet visits or anything sort of, what do you call it? Precautionary or anything like that. It's strictly if the dog gets cancer or gets hit by a car. That's really it. That's what it seems like to me.
God forbid.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have pet insurance for Frisk, but honestly, hearing about the range of how much vets can cost based on where you live, like where my parents live, hearing about some of their vet bills, I was like, holy shit, I don't know how people can afford dogs in the DC area. It's like insane.
It's like having kids
Around here, though. I mean, I guess if something catastrophic happened that we needed, like it would be very expensive, I could afford it. So I don't know. So far,
well, that's the trade-off.
Yeah.
Helene's like, just stop it. The money we could have saved over 6 years could pay for anything. Yeah, I'm like, that's true, but it's not. It's too much of a gambler mentality for me.
Yeah,
I agree. I'm not fucking with that.
Rush's knee surgery was like $4,000.
That's expensive.
And that happened when he was 2 years old. So we were very early into the plan. We had by no means paid anywhere near that much into the plan. And here it was that they paid, it was like 85% of the cost of that.
That's fantastic. That's all you could ask.
And so there's just one of those things of like, or when Treble had to go to the emergency vet, and it was like, that was a $1,500 bill. And I think we only paid like $300. It was just like, this has already, it's just one of those things like, yeah, we've already gotten our money's worth.
It's paid for itself.
Will it, over their entire life, will you, continue to get your money's worth? You can't say. You kind of hope not, right? Because you don't want your pet to get sick.
Yeah, take my money for it. Take me for all I'm worth. That's totally fine.
when I've seen, some of our listeners in the Discord saying like thousands of dollars spent on like surgeries, cancer treatments, things like that. And it's like, the honest truth is like, you just don't know. So it's like, I'll gamble on paying for the insurance. Maybe I could have saved that money, but we don't have the highest tier. Like we have one of the lower tiers. It's been worth it. I certainly I think Uncle Mike has the same insurance as us, but like a much higher, like his dog's on like the platinum plan, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, that to me isn't worth it, but I wouldn't go no insurance at this point because it is just like, you just don't know.
Yeah.
And it's already paid for itself now.
Yeah, but I do know people. I have neighbors that are, that have means, and they're just like, I'm not, that similar attitude to what Dustin's saying of like, if it happens, then we'll just pay for it type of thing. We'll roll the dice, So that's a call. Are you satisfied?
I am. I'm satiated. Thank you.
We'll return to a pet topic. All right. I'll pick up the mantle from mine. This is something I've been eager to talk about. Something kind of new-ish on my radar. And the origin story with this is kind of twofold for me because I've been kind of introspective lately, just with work and just realizing like, I'm 50, the big 50, working too hard, which has kind of been the story of my life. And just like, what am I going to do to institute a little balance? And, I do my walking, which I talk about a lot on the podcast. What else can I do? Just be a little more mindful of what I eat. Drinking more water, simple things. I got the treadmill now. So when it rains out, I could do that. I could just jog on the treadmill. But what am I doing for my mental health? What am I doing just for a little bit of psychological, a little anti-stress, a little anti-anxiety. And I guess I've been hearing about meditation for the better part of a decade, but I never really paid attention, or I paid half attention to it. And now here comes Jerry Seinfeld doing the podcast rounds, I guess largely to promote his new movie on Netflix, the Unfrosted movie. But I saw him, I think, on the Neil Brennan podcast, and then was almost immediately aware that he was doing like the full podcast rounds. And at first I was a little put off by it because I was like, it's Jerry Seinfeld. Like, why is he going so hard at promoting something? And then I saw him specifically on Neil Brennan. And I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. The dude looks fucking amazing. Like he's 70 and he looks like, would you guys agree? Jerry Seinfeld looks like he's 55 years old.
Yeah, I don't know if no,
he looks good.
I'll bring it up.
He looks amazing.
I believe though that he did get something done to his hair. I believe that people have pointed out his hair is not as thin as it was before. Yeah. And
It's
he was
full.
never drastic. Like it wasn't drastically bad, but people have pointed out photos from a few years ago, his hair was much thinner.
Okay, yeah, I think you're right, Mike. It was thinning and it does look fuller. He's letting it go gray. Because guys often have at that age and a little younger, they have that distinguished thing, that George Clooney thing of like, the gray is just working for them. But it's not really aging them. It's just adding like a little flavor, right? But it's not just the way he looks. His whole attitude and his whole demeanor, he seems very comfortable. He feels very good-natured when he's sitting. It doesn't seem contrived. Like there was always kind of an edge to Jerry Seinfeld. And maybe a little bit of this alien thing where there was this genius that kind of set him apart. And I always thought made him a little bit cold. But there's something about him that seems so approachable now. He's kind of rising to almost like this guru type status. It seems like from his interactions, at least what I'm seeing on podcasts, very charismatic. He always was. But there's just something about his energy. And he talks about one of his key things over the course of many years, this is not new for him, has been this transcendental meditation. And he talks about it on all the podcasts. And if you investigate a little deeper, he's been talking about this stuff for well over a decade and embraced this whole meditation thing as a teenager. So he's been doing this for decades, 50 years now, say, right? And then if you go down the rabbit hole, you could see he's one of the big guys that proselytizes about this. Howard Stern. I've always heard David Lynch, the great eccentric and great creative David Lynch, talk about this. Joe Rogan has talked about this. Russell Brand, Clint Eastwood. And if you look at this cross section of people, it's like people from they're all famous. The people I just mentioned, different levels of fame, really, but all different walks of life, different political backgrounds, right? It's like, what is this about the meditation? And is this something I could maybe seriously entertain and, try out, what am I waiting for type of thing? And hearing Jerry Seinfeld sort of preach the gospel about this, about being a part of not only the keys to his success, but his energy and his longevity, and just seeing his energy now of not just being comedically brilliant, but being something extra magnetic about him right now, where it's like he just seems like a cool, grounded dude for all his success. And then you realize he's doing this promotion and he's doing this film after, the success of Seinfeld and his stand-up and being one of the GOATs and comedian in cars and all his projects. Like, this is a guy who could have stopped years ago. And you almost have this thing of like, it's like a red light gets on your radar. It's like, why is he keep, how much money do you need? That type of thing. I don't think it's that. I just think that he's got this energy and this creativity. And he wants to do these things. It's not really a money thing, obviously, for him. I was very intrigued by this whole thing. And so I looked into it, and basically a lot of people may know, and I wanted to pick your brains on this too, guys, if you've ever delved into this at all, but it's basically 20 minutes twice per day. The whole thing is just sit comfortably. They say you could sit in a chair, but you could sit in your bed. You could sit on the floor silently, eyes closed. And basically it's just a practice of quieting your active thinking mind to achieve this sort of state of deep mental and physical rest. So to the tune of, or I guess in the spirit of really this anti-stress, anti-anxiety thing of achieving better energy, better creativity, which is great, better attitude, and just, I guess, really culminates in just increased happiness. If you could just take that 40 minutes each day in 2 separate chunks and do this thing. I wanted to talk about it before I started it because I want to have sort of like a visible on camera, on pod before and after and see what this is all about. I haven't heard any bad things. I've heard some things about people that go in for it, end up feeling good, and then say, well, I feel great. Why do I need to do this anymore? Not really realizing it's from instituting this new mantra, this new practice of just sitting quietly. And just, I think it sort of equivocates to me of just like clearing your head of responsibilities, the constant checklists, your active life, everything that's bugging you, your to-do list, right? It's just kind of like a purging, a 40-minute purging or a 20-minute interval purging of doing this thing. And I just wanted to run this by you. And I want to come in. I'm not going to do another topic on transcendental meditation, but I want to sort of talk about it before and after. I'm going to, at some point in the podcast, 2 months from now, I'll say I've been doing this for over the course of 8 or 10 weeks. And here's what it is, So have you guys ever thought about this? Have you ever gone down this road? To me, meditation was always like this kung fu movie, right? Kung fu, grasshopper, maybe Ninja Turtle type, ancient Eastern martial art, Tai Chi related. The only person I ever really knew who went in for this was our dad.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
And I never really talked to him about it, or at least I haven't in a couple of decades probably. He was an early adopter of this type of thing. But Kyle, let me go over to you first. Meditation, transcendental meditation, all of these things. What's your experience with it, if any? And what do you think of it as an idea?
Well, I like transcendentalism, as practiced in like the New England woods in the 19th century. That's good shit. Thoreau and Emerson and all that. But this is not what that is. Meditating is impossible for me. Like I can't imagine that not having incredible heft behind it for me to get to a place where my mind would be that quiet. It's impossible for me to think that I could do that. My closest proximity to it, other than Dad, Dad would meditate every day. I don't know if he still does, but since the early 90s, he was doing that shit. He had like that chime, remember?
Yes.
The noise, bing,
yes.
Ring out, and he would like sit at this little shrine he had. Our dad's very interesting. And so that was that. But also, I was a really big fan until more recently of Sam Harris, the philosopher, writer, thinker, neuroscientist, and he's like mega into it. I mean, that's like really a major part of his business. Actually, is his meditation app, and Waking Up, I think it's called, and it's a nice idea. I'm sure. What I'm sure of is that people get a lot of benefit from it, because what I do think about in regards to this topic are the times in my life where I felt that transcendental momentary peace or glimpses of it. And I brought this up in different contexts in the past on the show, I think, but I remember this because it was one of those times where, many, many years ago when I was in San Francisco, this, I broke up with this girl. She was living in Oakland and the relationship was not great or whatever. And it just needed to end. And I got on the BART to go home from Oakland to San Francisco. And I felt so at peace. It was actually like incredible. Like I was just looking out the window. The scenery was great. I was on one of the few BARTs where someone wasn't getting stabbed. And it was a wonderful experience. And I remember it because I was like, wow, I never feel light like this, where it's like, damn, this is a good feeling. And I've expressed to Micah during our evening walks and when we're bringing the dogs out and stuff, especially at I guess it would be dusk, which is, there's something about this time of year and then the sun going down, the sounds of suburbia, a dog barking, the smell of a grill, kids playing, but everything kind of tuning down. That brings me to that peaceful place. Very nostalgic place too, but a very peaceful, maybe they're one and the same in the sense that it's from a time where there was so much less to worry about, both real and perceived. And so I guess what I'm saying is I'm very intrigued by this idea of being able to reach that level of peace, but I don't think it's going to come through meditation. I think it's going to, it's funny to say this, it's such a common thing, but it's going to come through using some of these drugs ultimately. And that's what I really want. I've said it before, like I want to do acid. I want to, do ayahuasca and like do a few of these other things. I just need to be in like the right situation. And I wonder if I'll find something in those experiences, which is another thing that Sam Harris is a huge fan of, but also Graham Hancock and Joe Rogan and other people that I listen to or have been exposed to, right, in recent years. So I want to, as I say, Dave, you'll appreciate this, and you've seen Mad Men, Dustin, right? Like I love the Roger Sterling doing acid in the hotel room.
Yeah, listening to the Beach Boys.
Yeah, like that's good shit.
That's right.
Like ever since I saw that, I was like, wow, this is so funny and so cool, and it just. Yeah. So hopefully I will find that peace in some way, but I don't think mechanically I would be able to quiet my mind. My mind is a chaotic mess. And if anything, I'm learning to deal with it, but it's getting a little more chaotic in some sense. Like I'm really weaning myself off my meds slowly. Like I'm pretty much off Ativan, for instance, completely, which is an addictive drug. So I'm like really like a physically addictive drug that gives people a lot of problems getting off of it. And I'm like really relieved to just basically be virtually done with it, where I'm taking like a minuscule amount, 0.25 milligrams, I think, a night at this point, which is nothing. So just to kind of wean yourself off from that physical thing. And so I think my mind's going to get a little more chaotic, and I do need to find like some sort of respite, but I don't know that I can find that. Like you're just going to sit there and then I'm just going to think about things. Like I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like what am I supposed to do? It's like, don't think. It's like, okay. I don't know that I've never not thought in my entire life. Always thinking about something.
I wonder. Yeah. Is it hard at first to literally clear your mind of everything?
It seems impossible. You know,
it does seem tough. It does seem like it's going to be a challenge. And like you said, too, a lot of people sort of preach the gospel of the other things, the acids, the ayahuascas, all the type of thing. Even guys like Neil Brennan, right? Mm-hmm. Like guys with a big audience, a big podium to preach from. I like what you said though, Kyle, about, you know, that feeling of lightness. Like I've had those unintentional feelings of peace and bliss and satisfaction where you're just like, oh, this is what it feels like. It's like a brief flash of, you know, oh, this is what I could feel like. And you don't even know where it comes from. And it doesn't last because life is so busy and there's different worries and different responsibilities. And there's just seems to be always something. There's that churn. But I want to see, that's part of it, I think, for me, is that I do have that quality to some degree that you have too. So I take it as kind of like a challenge. Can you achieve this, even though you really think like, you know, from your current perspective, it's like, wow, it's going to be hard to, you know, go there because I've never really done that in 50 years. I feel like it's always been something. There's always something on my mind, always something to worry about. You and I say, you know, it's like that thing of like, if there's not something on the tip of your mind to worry about, you're trying to find it.
I will find it.
I know there's got to be something.
I will find it. I don't know when the last time I ever thought that there was nothing wrong. Years and years. I mean, I'm not even being facetious. Years and years and years ago was the last time I felt like nothing was wrong.
Carefree. Mm-hmm. Right. Which I don't know if that's possible, but even just to go there for 20 minutes, Jerry Seinfeld talks about doing it for 20 minutes a day, like never doing the morning one, because it was so hard to wake up in the morning and just kind of slide into that. But and I guess, you know, his afternoon TM, he would skip lunch for it. And it was like a whole thing, but it was like, that was the thing that was finding the key. I think it was in a conversation that he had, I think it's on YouTube with Howard Stern, where it's like, it's gotta be that evenly spaced twice per day, 20 minutes per type thing, where it's just, I guess it's just that thing of like having a day, having your work, your family, everything you're doing, having that respite, and then having that again in increments. I guess that's the idea. And who's the guy who's like the godfather of this in the West? I mean, in the East, you have all these Maharashis and everything, but it's Bob Roth, not Bob Ross, not the Afro painter guy, Bob Roth. He's supposed to be the godfather of all this stuff in the West, and he's the one that really preaches the gospel of TM, and it just sounds interesting. There's no religious affiliation, no mantras, there's no pushing anything. It's just really this practice of trying to, I guess, really essentially, what is it? It's achieving balance in a word, right? That's really what it is, you know? So Dustin and Micah, I'm interested. Colin and I are old men set in our ways. A lot of this is big talk as far as I'm concerned right now for me, because I have to kind of practice what I preach now, but I am sincerely interested. Michael, let me start with you. You're a lot younger. I don't even know that I would have needed this at 30, even though Jerry and Howard and stuff talk about starting this in their teens, which is like unthinkable to me. But I wonder if I did start in my 30s, would I be the basket case I am now? So I could be, Colin and I are cautionary tales, right? What do you think of all this? Is it just a lot of hocus pocus, or is this something to this TM stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very unwell, and I could certainly use meditation. And I had tried it in the past, not transcendental. I can't quiet my mind ever. A lot of that is just genuinely, my mind's not very nice to me, right? I have a lot of nightmares. Part of why I enjoy writing horror stories is because my brain just shows me terrifying things. And I'm like, I might as well write this down. Like last night, had a dream, Oregon Trail type situation, all right? I'm driving a covered wagon. We tip over in mud. Wagon lands on top of me. I got half my face like in the mud. I have one nostril out, one nostril in. Every breath I take, I'm drowning. And then I finally just woke up from the suffocating as I died. And that's how I start my day. So quieting my mind is not very possible because my brain is just like, remember that thing? Remember this? And it's just like, remember that? And it's just all terrible things, right? What I have had success with was guided meditation. At one point, I had like a free trial to the Headspace app, which was really great. I just couldn't afford it. And then honestly, I probably could afford it now. I just forgot about it until today. And that worked really well. And that's actually something I think Colin would like too, because guided meditation does keep you in the zone of every minute or two, this guy will just say like, and just take another breath. And it's like very calming. And like and he'll be like, your mind's wandering, bring it back. Like that is what I needed. And it did still work. Is it as peaceful as transcendental? Probably not. But taking my brain from going 100 miles an hour constantly to like really slowing it down, like we're just going on a stroll. It did help. I just couldn't afford it at the time because it was expensive. And I could not find at the time a good free alternative through like YouTube or anything, because a big part of it is like the person has to have the calming demeanor. I did not like, there were so many free ones where it's like the woman had like the vocal fry and it's like, you're ruining it. You're ruining it. And then the Headspace guy, I mean, he was just, it really was like so relaxing. I did indeed feel better. I just, once that free trial ran out, I was like, I can't afford this. It was, but that's something I'd actually like Colin and I to both try again, because I did find it helpful. I did think it was genuinely calming, and they had different lengths of them. You could choose to do one that was 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, depending on just how much time you had right then and there. I certainly could use it. Like my mind is just always racing, constantly thinking of the next task I have to do, the next message to respond to, like, and a big part of that is just the nature of our work, and just being like, I have my smartphone with me all the time. Every time I get an email, I see it. If it's work related, I'm going to do it. If it's 11 o'clock at night, I don't want it to sit till the next day. These are all things that I shouldn't be doing, but it's, Ben and I have talked about this of like, Ben is also a night owl. He'll send me a message at like 2 a.m. and he's like, I'm not expecting you to handle that task right now. I'm like, yeah, but I'm up. And you know me, you know exactly how I feel of like, you don't want this task to sit till tomorrow either. Like you'd feel the same way. So we'll message each other. It's like 3 a.m. We're like, oh yeah, let me go take care of that in the store. Right. Like, and I shouldn't be doing that, but it's just hard. It's really hard to slow down your brain and do all that. I also too, this is growing up with a Southern mom. My mom was very anti-meditation because she said, if you empty your mind, the devil will get in it. So that was a whole other thing as a kid, being afraid of like, oh my God, if you stop thinking, the devil's going to get in your mind. Okay. Wow. When you're an impressionable child, you shouldn't say things like that to your kid. And so it just was, though. It's like, yeah, I've always been anxious. Ever since I was a child, I've always had a big imagination, that never really died down. And it does. I feel like I could use this. And it's something I'm genuinely going to look into again, because that app was great. And I actually think Colin and I would both really enjoy that, because I feel like if you can't completely shut off your mind, then having the training wheels of guided meditation instead is still beneficial. It's still something. It's still you just taking time strictly to relax. Colin and I talk about like, we're not good at relaxing because there's just always something to do. And in the back of my mind, yeah, I'm reading a book, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about the orders I need to process later, whatever. Like I'm trying to take my 30 minutes a day to read, and I just can't stop thinking about all the other things to do. So I feel like we should try this together, honestly, and see how it goes and see if it's helpful. Because no, I don't think I'll ever be a calm enough person to try this total silence and not thinking for 20 minutes. I don't think I could do that for 2 minutes. I'm also someone who has like a constant narrative in their head, which is part of why I enjoy writing. Because in my head, I go into the kitchen and I'm like, she goes to the kitchen, she gets the frying pan, she gets out the eggs. Like it really is almost like there's somebody in my head like narrating all my moves.
Yeah.
It's really hard to shut that off. Like, it's really hard to have your brain just stop talking, right? You know, I'm trying to meditate and it's like you can feel the seam on your sock on top of your toes. I'm like, no, I can't feel it. I gotta take the socks off. You know, I'm just constantly out of it. But it is something I want to look into again. I think it would be good for me to try again, at least with these baby steps, you know.
I love it, Micah. And you know what? Your self-awareness, I always feel like self-awareness with anything is like really kind of half the battle. You know, like the fact that you could be introspective, you realize that maybe it's something that could help you. And I wonder if guided meditation for you, like I like the idea of guided meditation too, because it is kind of, maybe you could kind of see it as the training wheels version, but somebody to keep you honest, right? Somebody to say, oh, you're sliding, you're you know, you got to clear your head. You know what I mean? Don't let the thoughts wander in. Having that template or that framework, I wonder if you could then get to the point, you know, you, but also the proverbial you of saying like, then can you work your way up to something that might be a little more challenging and almost unthinkable in some ways now of like a TM.
Yeah, I would think so, only because even in the beginning, the guided meditations, as helpful as they were, there were times when I was like, man, I am constantly distracted. Because if you start with the beginner ones, the reminders are slightly more frequent. So like when you do like the beginner guided meditation, for example, in the app, he's going to chime in more often to be like, and bring yourself back to the center. And you're like, right, I just started thinking about dinner plans. I just started thinking about washing the dog. Like you just, you realize it is an effort to not think about anything. And so it is for people out there, like that is, in my opinion, like that's where I'm going to try again to start. And if you really have struggled with this, like maybe try that on for size. Cause yeah, it's just so difficult to not think about anything. I don't know. My brain is just not at peace ever. And when you talk about like still self-awareness and like on one hand, it's good because it's like, yeah, knowing is half of it. And then you're like, well, why can't I fix it? You know, it's almost like you're mad because you're aware of it and you just can't fix it.
It's almost worse.
Some of this too, before we pass this over to Dustin, is some of the like meditation things that like the more generic ones, and it'll be like, picture yourself at the beach. And I'm like, I hate the beach. Oh, the beach is the worst place. I'm afraid of the water. I don't like the sand. Like there's some fat guy smoking a cigar and I can smell it. Like it's like, no, not the beach, never the beach. And that's half of them. It's like you go on like the free ones on YouTube and it's always like, picture the ocean.
You're going to love Long Island, huh?
I haven't gone yet, probably never will. And so it just is. It's like, man, that's part of why I'm like, these paid apps got me, because so many of the generic ones are all the same. And I'm like, this doesn't work for me one bit.
Yeah, it slides into stereotype. I know what you're saying about the ignorance is bliss thing too. It's almost better to not be one of these people that are just ignorant of what they need or what they lack. And that whole thing. I don't know. The thing also with meditation, take somebody like Kyle or even someone like myself. The thing is, I'm looking at three people who can't really have this, but right now I see sort of a green light because I'm back at work. And this speaks to exactly what you said, Micah, where you're just kind of working morning, noon, and night. And I think the advent of working from home, whether it was pre-COVID or COVID was really the thing that brought this on, is that work never really stops. It never really stops and starts. It's constant. Now being back in the office, there's a clear delineated start time and end time to my work. So I see now that the sort of model of my life is changing. So now I could implement that time where it's like, I'm only working from this time to this time. And then I'm taking the train in and I'm taking the train out.
Tell me more about this, say more about what I would identify as a very unusual turn for you, and that you were working from home and lusted after that life long before it became, in vogue and ultimately necessary. And it sounds to me like you have completely embraced like the office lifestyle again. I suppose because you have seen, like you said, the ramifications in the rest of your life.
Yeah, I think, I wonder how much of it is that I'm enjoying it still because it's so new. What am I, 7 weeks in or something, right? So I say this cautiously, but optimistically. Yeah, I've been working from home for a long time. I think a big part of my special dynamic was because my commute was so far, living in suburban Philly and working in Manhattan. It was like a 2.5 hour to 3 hour commute one way. So you're talking about 5.5 to 6 hours of commuting daily at one point.
You understand how insane that is that you did. It's insane that you ever did that. Like, that's not.
Yeah. And I did that 5 days a week when we were first married. So 4 or 5 years. And then by the time Lilia was born in 2007, it became quickly apparent that it was a very special sort of situation because I had a boss who I was close to, who I could talk to. And I worked for a pretty long time at that point. And we were pretty, we knew each other very well. And I had that relationship with him where I could really talk to him. And I said, listen, dude, I can't do this every day. I got a newborn, and that was the beginning of the boulder rolling downhill of working less and less in the city and working from home more and more. So I had a special situation set up where even when I left that place and joined the next place, it was already sort of indicated early on or agreed upon that, listen, I'm going to be working from home half the time. I'm going to be in the office 3 days, or I'm going to be in the office 2 days. That was always my deal. I was always very fortunate that I could strike those deals, going forward. And then, of course, COVID happened and the rest is history, where everybody got a taste of that. I like being back in the office because I think there's a couple of things going on. I really like my new team. They're just a really special group of people. I don't think I've ever said that. Maybe one other time in my life where I identified a group of people as feeling like a family so quickly. Maybe my first job, ironically, and my current job. Everything in between, it took a lot longer to have that feeling of wanting to be around these people, right? So there's that. It's also something new. It's adjacent to what I did, but it's also, so there's a new energy. It's refreshing. I'm kind of using my skill set and my expertise, but I'm also learning, which is kind of a weird dynamic. I'm learning a lot. I'm learning more than I ever have, which is daily on a per hour basis.
Because you're really doing different stuff than you usually do, right?
Different stuff. It's different stuff. It's broadcast. It's not episodic television animation. So there's a lot of interesting things about it. And the people make it pleasant. I love being in Philly. I love the city of Philadelphia. So that helps. It's just everything kind of hitting at once. But also just knowing you go in, you put a full day of work in. I work a little longer than I should. That's just kind of like very on brand for me. So when I come home, I feel satisfied. I feel like I put 110% in, did my best, but I could shut it off. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's that in-office dynamic of not having to work from home where it's like, in the past, I animated a scene. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I could do this a little better. There's a little overlapping at the action at the end, and I couldn't resist. It was like an addiction. It was that workaholic thing. But now it's like, I don't even have the tools here. Like, I work on such high-end hardware and software that I can't even do it from home with my current setup. So it just works. Like, everything's just working, and it's not expected to. You know what I mean? I'm meeting my deadlines. I'm doing good work, trying to put a little extra flourish, a little more creativity, trying to be a team player, be helpful. What can I do for you type of thing. So it's all working out. But then that's why I have the runway now, right? It's an all clear, like, okay, like, take care of yourself a little bit now too. Lift those weights, man. You're getting those T-Rex arms. Like, you're 50. You got to keep your strength up. I want to lift the bags a quick creep. I don't want to be left in the dust by my little brother. And, the thing is too, like, my mental state, like, what can I do for my anxiety? It's funny because Helene, in the run up and sort of the career crisis, animation's in a really bit, the entertainment business is fucked right now. So I was lucky to find this job, which is outside of that a little bit, again, adjacent. But Helene, my anxiety was so bad, and sort of my midlife crisis and my career crisis. Helene was like, you got to go see a hypnotherapist. And I was just like, that's weird though. It's like, it almost is that ayahuasca thing of like, or acid thing that's always been repellent to me, because I was always like, well, I'm not in control then. I need to be in control. So the thing about TM that's appealing is that you're doing it. If you can do it, then you got it. It's up to you. The guided meditation is actually great, I think, for maybe a great way for me to even start. Glad Micah brought that up. But now, it's like that thing of like instituting balance. Along the same lines, it's like I want to keep in better touch with people. I'm notoriously bad at keeping in touch with family and talking to friends. It's like that's another thing for like, that's a little bit of a taking a page out of the TM book just for your own mental health and just being a more well-rounded person. Like Jerry Seinfeld said, it's hard to be a person. So what can we do? You know what I mean? What do we do to kind of feel good and feel better? That type of thing. All that to say, Dust, what do you think of all this? Again, you're a young man, Micah's age. Do you even feel like you need this? Is this something that's ever been on your radar? Again, I couldn't even see even thinking about this at your age. But again, maybe adopting something like this at your age, you get to be Colin's age or even my old age, and then you're just you're better for it.
Right. The thing about meditation is that there's times often when my mind feels busy, but I've never, I guess I'm lucky or blessed or whatever that oftentimes I don't feel like it's necessarily busy with bad things, or it's not overwhelming, which I'm very thankful for, because I know a lot of people, as you guys are saying, it's just like it's filled with stuff, stressful things or bad things. Sometimes it is stressful things. And so I guess in terms of like managing stress, because, that's something I'm pretty sure everyone has some level of anxiety in this day and age, like to some degree or whatever. So how do you manage that? Right. And so for me, I feel like meditation wouldn't necessarily be the answer. I think I'm with Colin and Micah that if I try to just sit and quiet my mind, it would actually invite me to think more, because there is no external stimuli outside going on. Maybe that's like a brain rot thing or something, since there's so much stuff going on everywhere all the time. But I think quieting my mind, I feel like I almost kind of get that done when I'm laying in bed at nighttime. Sometimes productive, sometimes unproductive. I always also say that like one of my best times to think is in the shower, because there's no phone or whatever. You're just kind of chilling, hot water, whatever. But the main way I've found with stress reduction is just being able, half the battle is identifying what is stressing you out and what are you going to do about it. So there's certain things I've done where it's like, we've talked about this job, how we're kind of plugged in 24/7 to some degree. And so while I'm still working on the weekends, I try to unplug at some level mentally. Like, okay, well, we don't need to be reading the comments on the weekends. We don't necessarily need to. I see messages come in, sometimes important, and I'll respond right away. Other times, like, that can wait. And that was a big battle, because for a long time, I think I felt the same way Micah does, where it's like, well, I have to do this now. No one's demanding that I do it now, but I have to do it now. And somehow I've managed to let that go to some degree, which has been helpful. But, like I said, we can't fully unplug, and that's okay. It's about making sure take the times that you are full unplugged, that you take advantage of it and you don't have one foot in and one foot out. The other thing too, if I'm being honest here with you guys and with our audience, something that's happened to me recently that I've had to change because I realized it was stressing me out. Can't read The Last Stand Reddit anymore.
Oh, wow.
I check in with, I see where our moderators are talking. I make sure it goes fine, but it's tough. We get hundreds of comments every day about the stuff we talk about. And I would say 90 to 95% of it is very good. And this is I'm sure that our audience has heard other creators talk about this as well, whatever, podcasters, YouTubers, whatever. You really want to focus on the 95%. And I try to. And that's why I make a rule that, like, when I respond to people on Twitter, I'm not I don't ever want to be the person that only responds to negative stuff. In fact, I want it to be a huge only respond to positive and only a little bit negative. But sometimes even those bad comments, which I've gotten pretty good at filtering out, sometimes there's ones that you're like, man, that fucker just ruined my afternoon.
They sting.
You know? And it's like, you're, and I get mad at myself. I'm like, man, my brain fucking sucks because it just read 20 comments that were all super positive about what we do. They're, people write into Sacred. Thank you. You guys changed my life in this way. You got me through this. And then your stupid brain reads that one comment that was mean to you, and you're like, that's what everyone thinks.
Yeah, that's the iron law of the internet, you know?
Yeah, you internalize the negative.
So
no, exactly.
100%.
Well, and yeah, the last stand Reddit, it's a mix of a bunch of things that it's like people are extra mean on Reddit in general. I've found
it's social currency. I've learned that it's just social currency there to be snide and rude and holier than thou. And that, it seems
some
like
of it is just like, I was just going to say, it is like engineered to be mean. My subreddit that I love about making fun of those bad recipe reviews, but it's like the whole point of that subreddit is to dunk on people who are bad at cooking and baking. And it's like, this is inherently mean. We're screenshotting their reviews and then laughing at them. And it's like the whole thing's mean. And there's so many subreddits like that of like the whole point of this is to mock people. Like the site is just inherently mean.
Yeah. Well, and I think the thing about certain mean comments that I've realized is that sometimes you read one that you can just identify and say, well, that's not true. Yeah. And so it doesn't bother me. But then there's ones that are just mean. And you're like, okay, well, this person's having a bad day. I don't care. The perfect bad comment is one that is mean and has a tiny bit of truth to it. Mm-hmm. And maybe a bunch of stuff wrong. And so because you know that there's that tiny bit there, like, fuck, they're right. And now all the other mean stuff around it, whether it's true or not, feels like it has validity in your brain.
Yeah.
So that's just something like, talking about being stressed out. I was like, man, sometimes I see stuff on here that actually stresses me out. And I'm not like like I'm still like YouTube comments. Those are the easiest to read for me because they're often the dumbest. And I often actually find them very entertaining. They don't stress me out. People on Twitter, for the most part, are all right. And it's easy to tune out. It's much easier to identify. So I guess I'll give it to Reddit users that they are, I guess, crafty in some ways. And they know how to hurt you in certain ways. Well, but anyway, the point is, it's like, go ahead, Colin.
Oh, I was just going to say about Reddit, like what I've just learned, it's not even about, like they definitely are, at least in our Reddit, very hostile. A lot of them. Some of them are
they really?
Yeah. So,
I'm completely unfamiliar.
Oh yeah, go read it sometime.
PJ is the only person.
Just stay. Honestly, if you never looked.
I never looked. And I made it it's not for me. I already know it's like the Mos Eisley Cantina of social media. It's not really my energy. I think it's funny sometimes, the negativity, but beyond that, I think it could be hurtful. But I have a best friend who delves into this kind of shit. I mean, skateboarding had the slap message forum, which was like the Reddit of skateboarding way before Reddit was a thing. And it, notoriously mean-spirited, just horrible. And he would read me, PJ would read me Reddit. I'd be like, PJ, I'm not on Reddit for a reason. I don't need a personal assistant reading me because he thought it was hilarious. That's why he's reading it. I'd be like, dude, I'm not on it for a reason. I don't want to know what they're saying on Reddit.
So what I was going to say though, Dig, was, it's not so much that I don't find their meanness necessarily unique. It's just magnified. So like people are just as mean to me in other places too. It's not as, and you have a certain flak jacket towards that after a while. And I think you have to, like, there's just a certain level of vitriol that I just accept. And it doesn't really, I'm like nonplussed by it, in some sense.
Right.
The thing that I've realized about Reddit, frankly, is just that they're often, at least in my experience reading some of the stuff I see, is like they're just wrong about a lot of things. And that is the thing that I think kind of bothers me the most, in that it's not even, it could be interesting, but it's not necessarily accurate. For instance, if I took a lot of the advice in quotes that I've been given over the years about how I should run my business and like grow this business into what is a 7-figure business, then I'd be out of business. Like these people I would have run this thing into the ground if I took these people's advice about a lot of different things that I needed to do. And this thing was wrong, and this thing is stupid, and this person is bad, and this hire was, totally remains one of the dumbest things you've ever done, and this thing. And it's like, you have no idea what you're talking about. Like, that was the thing where I just was like, I have a better gauge of the gaming industry than this, than these group of loud people. I certainly have a better gauge of business than these people. And you don't really need to feed into that, because it's not like the YouTube comments where it is just a lot of anonymous people. What you realize is it's just the same 20 people. You can't like give them too much power. And that's an important thing. I've had to learn that over time too. So I check in. There's sometimes really funny and insightful and interesting things on our Reddit, but generally speaking, it is. And I'm not like scouring it every day, but like from my experience looking at it and reading the comments and seeing what people say, it seems mean, hostile, like at least some group of some collection of people, at least partially, that don't even like the content. And that's the one thing that I don't really understand about this. That kind of the hate stuff is there's shit I don't like. I talked about Sam Harris before. I brought this up in the past. I totally diverged with him. I'm like, I'm just not supporting you anymore. I pulled my money and I don't listen to him. I don't feel the need to email him or tell him. I certainly don't feel the need to virtue signal to other people about me not,
Reddit.
On Twitter or anything like that, and make a post about it on his subreddit and do all these kinds of things. That's the strange, that's where you're dealing with. That's the way I was on GameFAQs when I was in like 10th grade. It's like, oh my God, you thought what about fucking this game? You think the Saturn is what? And then I'd go in, but I'm like, I'm not 16 anymore. So, but yeah, I would just say that so the Reddit meanness is one thing, but it's actually not what turns me off. It's just that the repeated misdirection of like what we should be doing, how we should be operating, all these things. It's always wrong. You know, that's the thing that kind of bothers me the most.
Well, and some of the speculation, it's also just some stuff just over the line. I removed a post the other day, and it was late at night. I was one of those times I was glad I caught it because like nobody had commented on it yet. But someone made a post just saying, do we think insert name here, LSM employee has a drinking problem? And it's like, we're not starting a thread where you're going to speculate that someone has a drinking problem at our company. And we're not like, and then, and they canceled their Patreon support because I removed the post. And, and I'm just like, first of all, get out. But it's like, we're not doing this here. This isn't a tabloid. All right. Like, you're not going to start lies about it. It's like, I can't control everything people say, obviously, but it's like, you're not going to make a post that's a blatant lie saying this person has a drinking problem. It's like, that's just it, like things like that. I'm like, this is never going to fly here.
Wow.
Because it's like, sure, you can say things like, oh, it was a terrible idea to hire so-and-so, whatever. Like, you're wrong, but whatever. But it's like when you start a post that's like a lie, it's like, no way. Like that's just not going to sit here because I don't need this shit.
Yeah. And it's also the idea of like freedom of speech and all these things. It's like, I thought they'd believe, it's like, I do believe in freedom of speech. This is my subreddit.
It's a moderated subreddit.
You can go say whatever you want over there if you want. Like I control this place. I control the YouTube comments. I control Patreon. If you don't like that, then you can go make your own platform. You can make an entire platform of your own about attacking our content. And I won't go after you. As Dustin knows very well, you can see in the YouTube backend when people use your video footage and when people are using you and using your own videos, I could easily strike those videos. And we've never once done anything like that. Because we do believe that you should be allowed to kind of use our content, think what you want about our content, say what you want about our content, but you're not going to pollute. Damon Hatfield used to say it at IGN perfectly. It's like, this is our house.
Right.
You can like be outside on the street and say whatever you want. But like once you're inside my house, if I don't like what you say, then you go, And so
that's fair.
So the subreddit, I actually think we have an incredible amount of latitude with, if anything, like an enormous amount of latitude. Considering, because I knew when we made Last Stand Media and we were going to call it that, I told, when we were sitting on things, I told us, I'm like, you go get the Reddit. We're not going to let what happened to Colin's Last Stand happen to Last Stand Media. No way.
It is interesting though, right? To bring content and fans of that content so close together, and the positives that spring from that, like Patreon, and then the negatives that spring from that, like, a toxic subreddit. Right. And we're still in the Wild West of figuring that out. There's benefits, and there's also the negative side of bringing the creators and the people that engage with that content so close together, because typically it would be a television show on network or a film or an album, right? We're in this thing of like, we're so close to our fan base or our listenership or potential listenership or people that don't like the content or say they don't like the content. It's so hard to figure out. But Dust, back to you. I mean, really, as it's tied to this whole topic, as social media and really the three of you, especially your livelihoods, as tied to something that could be stressful.
Sure. Yeah. And as far one last thing about the Reddit, I just want to be clear, because I've seen this song and dance for. I am okay with criticism and feedback. If you guys go read this, there is often, I would say maybe not often or 90%, but a significant amount of the time, specifically from that place, if there is criticism or feedback, it is not tied. It is tied with insults or just said in the most dickish way possible, in a way that is intended to hurt. That's a very different thing to me. And there are many, at least, as of a few weeks ago when I was reading it more, there's a lot of good people there. I love our moderators there. You guys do an awesome job. I don't want to make it sound like I hate everyone there. It's not a basket of deplorables situation. Some of those things in there, I'm like, I got to the point, I'm like, this is really fucking me up for a few hours at a time sometimes. And I just can't do that. There's something about this place specifically that people say things that they know how to get me. So that's where I'm at with that. But yeah, it is tough with social media. I mean, this is something I think about all the time. And it sucks. I think we've talked about this maybe a few years ago, even this idea of like Twitter currency and followers and early Constellation. That was definitely a topic that came up regularly. But
yeah,
I hate having to think about it because I plan to be here. At Last Stand, I have no intention of leaving, but there's always something in the back of my mind. It's like, well, what if here doesn't exist anymore for some reason? And it's like, okay, well, do I have enough social currency or followers or cachet in the industry that if this all goes away, I don't need to go fucking make model train documentaries again or film dance recitals? So that is a stressor for me. I mean, that's something I had to do at my old job that I hated.
I mean, that sounds awesome. The model trains.
That sounds amazing.
That sounds fucking awesome.
I want you to leave right now.
If you were filming them, if you were filming them and there, but if you're sitting there with a guy telling you have to synchronize each chuff by the way the turnstile or whatever the fuck it is on the train exactly right.
I don't. I just turned into a donut.
Chuff. I had to synchronize every single train sound to the wheel. So,
that sounds like hell.
Young, soon to be Papa energy in worrying that's a worry that's now amplified because you're going to be a dad.
Well,
and it's common. Dude.
Honestly, I
common.
feel like the dad thing. That's not. I feel like I've had this worry since I got this job, really. And I don't want to make it sound like I lay awake every night worried about what's next. I feel very secure. I want to be clear. I feel very secure. I'm very thankful for that security. I feel very well taken care of, and I'm very thankful.
Him again.
Colin's like, you're out. No, my thing is just
doing to him.
Colin and I have talked about this. If Colin dies tomorrow, what happens?
I'm going to run the company.
Micah takes
That's
over.
right.
Micah does take
over. Oh no, we're still going to have. I have thought about this. It sounds morbid, but I mean it legitimately. When we got married, Colin said at one point, "If I died, this is all yours." And it did for a couple days fuck me up of like, holy shit, thinking of what would I do and who, and it really was something I was like, that is a part of being your wife of like, man, I would have to take that over. I'd have to run the company lest it just shutter. I wouldn't want that to happen.
Like
but it is like,
drama.
no, this is something.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something I've thought about, and it's scary. Like, yeah, who would host Sacred and what would I do? And like, it would be weird. But no, Dustin,
that's scary. It would
don't
be
worry.
fine. It would be totally
if Colin
fine.
dies, we're going to be fine. We're going to have a job. Yeah, all right. Well, we'll probably try and get Richard Karn to host Sacred or something.
Oh.
I don't think he's too busy.
Sure.
You know,
who's that guy?
Richard Karn from Home Improvement, Family Feud. Oh, what greatest actor of our generation, probably of his generation.
I didn't even know his name.
Oh my God, I love Richard Karn so much. He's the best Family Feud host they ever had.
He was not even remotely the best Family Feud host. Like not even probably in the top 5 Family Feud.
No, the announcer, because the announcer would mess with him. And like one time they had him come out and they're like, the man in the middle, Richard Karn. And he came out and you could tell he was like, what the fuck does that mean? The man in the middle. Like you could just tell, but he couldn't say anything. He had to just roll right into it. Now, Richard Karn is a gem. I love that guy.
I kind of like him in the host chair of Sacred Symbols. I'm kind of buying this.
He has to learn a lot about video games really fast. He'll be like, Dustin, tell me what this crystal dynamics is. Like,
dude, the dynamic of the crystals.
Richard Karn is literally the worst of the 6 hosts. I'm looking at a list of them now.
John O'Hurley was the worst. No, Louis Anderson. Louis Anderson, you have to give this to me that Louis Anderson was the worst host of Family Feud. You got to give that to me.
Because it's definitely, I mean, first of all, the best Family Feud host is Richard Dawson. And it's never not going to be Richard Dawson.
Hands down.
Richard Dawson would make out with your fucking wife right in front of you. You wouldn't do a goddamn thing about it. You know? What are you going to do about it? And then he would do it to your fucking daughter. You know?
Yeah. Richard Dawson would just go down the line. He was excellent.
You know Richard Dawson
does kissing ladies?
Creepy.
You know Richard Dawson? Oh, you didn't have TV, so like you wouldn't even. Well, Richard Dawson.
Dustin.
Oh my God, Dustin.
No, this is. You literally have to watch like an old Family Feud on YouTube.
You know, like
he would literally just walk up to each woman and kiss them, sometimes on the lips. And it was weird. And they were waiting for it. And they wanted it.
And
your husband is right there. Your dad's right there. And you're kissing this strange man.
Yeah, it was the 70s.
It was part of the show.
The 70s and like it started in like 76, I think. And so like until the mid 80s, maybe it was Richard Dawson as the host of Family Feud. And he would kiss on the lips every woman that played the game. So
it was when really you could be a game show host and have a real Bond villain energy, like handsome, charismatic Bond, but not, very attractive and suave and sophisticated, but evil.
Well, yeah, because nobody was trying to kiss Gene Rayburn on Match Game 74. All right, God rest Gene, but nobody was trying to be like, oh, give me a kiss from that guy. Richard Dawson just had it all. The ladies loved him.
Who was number 2? We all know Richard Dawson. Who was number
Ray
2?
Combs.
Oh wait, I don't
know who that is.
He's the one that killed himself.
Oh my God, you're right. Yeah.
Wait, I don't know who
Ray Combs took over for Richard Dawson, and then Richard Dawson came back after Ray Combs killed himself.
Oh shit!
And that was like a brief period, and then I think
no way, this guy killed himself.
Yeah, and then it was Louis Anderson.
I love
who
him.
sucks.
And then it was John O'Hurley.
Then
Richard Karn. Then Steve Harvey.
Steve Harvey was the last.
And Steve Harvey's probably number 3.
I was going to put him in number 2.
Yeah, number 2 would be fine too. I just wanted to give a little. Ray Combs. He went out as bright as he came in, and I wanted to give him a little bit of respect.
No, not at 30. 40 years old?
Yeah, he was like 40 or something. It was crazy.
Wow.
I'm watching a kissing supercut.
Oh, is it?
He's non-discriminate.
It's amazing. Kisses, everyone.
He kisses young, old, black, white, all across the board. He's kissing everyone but dudes.
He's legendary. Richard Dawson is legendary.
Total legend.
Some of these ladies are coming in, they want more. Like some of them, it's like very like almost like a little like barely touching kiss. But some of these ladies, they want the dick.
It was
as in Richard.
They want his Richard Dawson.
I thought about that it was probably a thing like
Dick Dawson.
Dick Dawson. I like it's 1979. The Miller family from California is going on to Family Feud, and all their family and friends see them, and like they're fucking getting to kiss Richard Dawson.
Yeah,
dude, pretty crazy.
Here. I would have
tried to lean in for a kiss if I was on the show. See what he did.
He's definitely grazed a few boobs. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
as well. Dustin.
He's done some groping.
Okay, I timestamped a link. I can't put it in the episode for you guys, but exactly this moment, the base of his palm is right on that girl's titty.
Let me look at this.
He's going right in.
He's going for it. You don't care. She wants more.
No, I had to watch an ad first before I could see that. but I got there.
Oh, he's wonderful.
There's something so
he's wonderful.
It's the butterfly collar. It's the big tie.
It's the fucking mic. It's totally.
Oh,
It's the mic.
You know who? Shout out
mic.
secondary 70s game show host. Shout out though to Gene Rayburn. I think we can all agree he was also a legendary figure. He had the fucking
100%.
crazy fake like hair and the eyebrows, right, and like all the. He was awesome, dude. The mic where you held it down like at your like belt buckle, and it was so unnecessarily long. And I never realized it was so they could do that, to people or whatever. I always just thought it was funny long for no reason.
Oh yeah, it was like a selfie stick.
Right. But it was like so that they could comfortably hold it under your mouth and then pull it back. Right. But I always just thought it was like Bob Barker's mic, right? Obviously the legendary Bob Barker's mic.
Yeah.
Like that I always just thought was like, this is so funny. Why is the mic so long? What? And then you got Ron Roddy up there acting fucking crazy as well.
Yes, Bob.
Yes, Bob.
It's a great era. How did we tailspin into
Dustin
this?
has no idea what we're talking about. It's so funny.
Oh, because I said I'd get Richard Karn for the host of Sacred Symbols.
I'm looking at Entertainment Weekly. Family Feud contestants had to take herpes test when Richard Dawson was host, according to book.
Oh.
Anyway, I will just leave it at the headline for that one.
No, maybe that was Richard Dawson's thing. It was like, I'm not kissing them if they're going to be problematic.
Oh.
Right?
Right.
Like that's in the contract. You want to be. The Smith family wants to come on, then they gotta get right.
Talk about transcendental,
It was a rite of passage. Because what if you were a woman and he didn't kiss you? Then it was like that slight on national television.
Oh,
you know what I mean? You gotta, and he would do it to the grandmas. He was an equal opportunity.
I just saw that in the video.
Yeah,
he didn't care.
Yeah, you'd have to take like when samurais kill themselves with their little sword. That's what you'd have to do if Richard Dawson passed you by.
Seppuku.
Yeah.
Just
get on your knees and just fucking cut your guts out. Because how can you go back to Boise? You
really can't. You got to save face. Well, what do we think, guys? We're halfway through. Are we satisfied? This was my topic. I feel satisfied.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I like the way it just went off on that tangent. And all right, you guys. Now, number 3 topic today. I'm looking forward to this. Micah, all we know from her email is that these are conversation starters. This is an opportunity for some truly organic conversation here on the podcast. So I'm psyched. Micah, do you think?
All right. As if we haven't had some strong tangents already. But guys, you guys know me. I am known for being, a small talk samurai. I'm very good at interacting with new people, and I'm not awkward at all. I didn't sit at the wedding, ashamed and embarrassed because I didn't know how to talk to people. All right. That didn't happen. So I thought maybe I could help some people out there who aren't as gifted as I. And I Googled conversation starters, and I found this fantastic list from countryliving.com of 100 best conversation starters. These are all over the fucking place. And I was laughing to myself, compiling, just these few that I thought were like really good. And we'll see how many we have time for. But they're just, you're just going to see for yourself. So let's dive in. The first question I'm going to ask, Dustin, what's the oddest food in your fridge?
Oh, see, this is. I feel like I can't look right now. I'm trying to think what it would be.
And I want to premise this.
Okay, I think I thought. Okay, good.
I was just going to say, these are designed for someone you've never met before, because I want to be clear about that. This website said these are for people who are complete strangers. There's not supposed to be any familiarity with this, which is where some of these get weird. But Dustin, do you have something?
I feel like it's not odd enough. And I honestly don't know if it's still there. For about 2 years, I had a friend that made moonshine, and he made me some really delicious like apple pie moonshine. But then he also was like, "Hey, I've got the no flavor version, and it's just this clear, insanely strong alcohol." So I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll take some of that." And I would mix it and stuff, and it tasted terrible. But I just held on to it, and it was in my fridge it might still be in there. I think Holly eventually was like, "Dustin, you're not going to fucking drink this. Why is this in our fridge? You're never going to drink this." And I was always thinking like, man, maybe at some night I'll be like down on my luck, and I'm like, I need a drink bad. and I'm willing to deal with it. But
yeah, or you just go get a bottle of bourbon or something, you know.
Well, the theory is that it's like 11 p.m. and the PA state liquor store, because here in PA you can only go to the PA. You
gotta go to the Packy. That's probably not what you call it.
The Packy.
Yeah.
Unless you're in Massachusetts.
So maybe that, but I honestly don't know if it's still there.
Wow. See, and that, do you feel like that was effective? Did that opened you up quite a bit? You told us about your wife. Yeah. Well, I think that worked. You brought your wife in on it. Now, if I didn't know you, now I know you have a wife. All right. Now I know you have a friend. I'm not very good at this. Where do I take this? Then do I just tell you the weirdest thing in my fridge after that? And then where's the conversation go? This is where I struggle. Like, what the fuck do I say next? I ask Chris, have you had a hot dog recently? He says no. I say, I had one last week. Where does it go? And they just, but I feel like that was pretty good. Dagan, what's the oddest thing in your fridge? Let's see how this one plays out for you.
Yeah, the alcohol thing I immediately thought of because I think we've been in this house for 12 years and I think we have a bottle of vodka in there, partially drank vodka that's still in there. And nobody drinks vodka, and I don't know why we're not throwing it out. And the only other answer I would have is there's an ongoing, like, possible lactose intolerance thing going on with two people in this family, my two girls, actually. So there's always some sort of experimental milk, like non-dairy milk in there that people buy for like, all right, it's like, I don't even know. Like name it, like hazelnut milk, whatever the fuck new thing is in there that costs $15 that nobody ever. It's never they're never even opened. They just expire and then they get thrown out. But they accumulate because I'm like, I know you spent $14.99 on that, and I'm not throwing it out. You know, so there's various different milks in there. I mean, really, some of them are really wild. Like some of them are like, I don't even know, like alpaca milk and shit, like weird stuff. There's always a collection of milks because my two girls don't know if they're lactose intolerant or not.
Wow.
I don't know why it's taking so long to get to the bottom of that, but yeah, that would be my answer no matter when you asked me that over the course of the last 5 years.
Now, see that I'd have a lot to work with you on. I'm lactose intolerant. I drink almond milk. I've tried many dairy alternatives over the years. Like if I met you on the street and you told me that, I mean, we'd have a whole ass conversation about that. I'd have a lot of material to work with there. That would work. That would work a little better than the alcohol. Cause I'd be like, oh man, this guy's Dustin. I'd be like, this guy's cool. He drinks moonshine. Be like, I don't fucking do that.
See, that's a very optimistic
I got
view.
nothing.
I feel like if I said that to someone who didn't know me, like, man, this guy, so in his most desperate moment, he needs a drink. Maybe that Reddit post was about me. Hard to say.
I'll never reveal who it was about. I'm the only one who saw it. I think
about me.
Colin.
Yeah.
Now you can't say round hot dog.
No.
What is the oddest thing? Pretend you don't know me. Yeah. What's the oddest thing in your fridge?
My bong. Oh, I guess that's although I guess that's in the freezer.
That counts. Fridge counts. Freezer counts.
Yeah, I use so we're sponsored by Freeze Pipe. Although they haven't sponsored us in a little while. I don't know if they're coming back, but we were sponsored by them at one point. So they sent me a bunch of glassware to use to try so I can speak on it. And it ended up literally replacing the bong that I had coveted a Rohr bong for so long. They're really expensive German bongs, like glassware. And I finally got one a couple of years ago of my own. And then it just sits on the top of the fridge now because I never use it anymore because I use this fucking freeze pipe, but it's got to be in the freezer in order for it to work. So that is the weirdest thing in my fridge, my dear.
And it took some trial and error for us to find out that it would stink up the freezer. The first day you used it, we put it in the freezer. I opened it to get some chicken nuggets the next day and it fucking reeked in there. And I was like, oh, okay, these need to go in bags. So now we put them in freezer bags and I got a box of baking soda in there because I was like, all right, I don't want that seeping into my Homer and Inn frozen pizza. That would be no
just
good.
Putting them in like sandwich bags or freezer bags has done the trick.
And, that's been plenty. But I was like, oh God, this is not good.
And dude,
that's the one.
shout out to the freeze pipe. I'm smoking so much less than I was.
You really like it.
Yeah, I really do. But I'm really happy like that I'm volumetrically getting my weed smoking back down to probably the lowest point it's been by volume in years, like many years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
and which is good. I'm still smoke way more weed than the normal person, but it's not like I'm not smoking as much. I smoke 1 joint a day now. I was smoking like 5 or 6 or 7 sometimes.
Wow, that's not a lot at all.
And then I just hit my pen, but I'm going through the pen probably twice as slow as I used to. Like once every 3 or 4 days, I'll use a new cartridge.
Okay.
And then I'll just hit the glassware in the freezer like at night, like here and there. So I'm proud of myself in some way. I mean, it's like being proud of a toddler for crawling, but I'm getting somewhere, with it.
No, that's good shit.
Yeah. Not that I want to stop. I'm not really ashamed of it or anything like that. I just don't want to be, I don't need to smoke this much. What I've kind of realized is that like I was not needing to smoke that much, and that I do have like some sort of oral fixation with like smoking joints and blunts. I love it.
I think that's love a lot
smoking
of people.
joints. Like I just love it.
And you could just
like
use like a baby
I would
carrot.
chain smoke joints sometimes, like if I was like in the garage or something, like literally just chain smoke a fucking joint. That's crazy.
Yeah. No.
That is amazing. That's going to play into our hip hop topic. Mike, I want to pick your brain about something. Your topic just made me have this random thought. I don't know if you know or the guys know. I remember seeing this. It must have been on YouTube because most of what I digest is 99% of the things I watch are on YouTube. There was a girl who I guess was, I wish I could remember the story behind it, but she had her amputated foot in the freezer. Right.
Mm.
And I was like, is that legal? Like, is that? And I don't
legal?
remember if she was sick or if she had an accident, but I was just like, why are you allowed to keep that if they're not sewing it back on?
I've heard, so here's the thing about growing up in a very rural place. You hear some weird things about your neighbors and your friends and family. I'm in possession of this knowledge, which will haunt me for the rest of my life, which is that one of my friend's moms had her kids' foreskins in the freezer from when they were circumcised. And there were 3 boys, I believe, and then she had them all.
Gonna make a wallet at some point?
I mean, yeah, like what the fuck do you have them for? Like, what's wrong with you? And I just gotta act normal every time I see you? Like, for the rest of my life, I gotta carry this around and what's in that lady's freezer.
That's rough, yeah.
And on top of that, I gotta see you, and I gotta pretend I don't know.
You bronze them and you put them on the mantle.
Oh
Everybody knows that. We grew up on Long Island. That's what you did.
That just dug up like something from like deep in my mind of like, I didn't want this. I didn't want this. I didn't want to know. Why'd you tell me? And then, like, I'm stuck with that for the rest of my life. I wonder if she still has them. Like periodically it pops in my mind. Like, I wonder if she still got them. I don't know.
Drop them in a stew or something.
Yeah, you're haunted by it. I'm haunted by this girl. I guess this girl was diabetic and she got her foot amputated, but she kept it. And I was like, why is she allowed to keep that? That's a biohazard. Like, it was like this whole thing, but I never got any answers.
No.
So I don't know if anyone ever heard of that.
This is, and you could learn something. These conversation starters could be dangerous. You could learn something you really don't want to know. You're like, but maybe you'd avoid that. If you met the foreskin lady, you'd avoid her, right? You'd be like, no, thanks. All right. Yeah. It was nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Micah, I feel like if there's more, I think we should have you rate the conversation starter on a scale of 1 to 10, how effective? Because you were going kind of analyzing them, like this could be good for the audience. Like, how effective was this conversation?
I'm gonna give that one a 7 because everybody had an answer. Nobody was like stumped by that, and like Dagan especially, we could talk shop about lactose intolerance all day. Like that's something I can help you out with that one, brother. But that worked. That one worked. All right, let's try another one of these. I'm going to start with Colin. If you worked in a circus, what would your job be?
Clown. Sad clown. I mean, what else could I possibly do?
I don't know. The lion tamer.
No, I mean, I got a
guy, trapeze man.
I don't know. I know how to be a clown. That's in my lane. I'll accept that. I'll be a bozo with the big fucking shoes. Me and my friends getting out of the car 10 at a time.
Oh, yeah. Clown car. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All
so
right.
Definitely I'll be honk honk.
Yeah,
exactly.
I know, now you're just Skeeter from Doug.
Yeah,
just
exactly. That was
the
not my intention. That was
Colin and I were
intention.
talking about that last week. About
really?
Skeeter's honking. He'd be like, hey guys. Like, why? Why did he do that? No one, he never explained. He just did that.
That was, he
Somebody-
had like
God bless
some sort of
Skeeter.
condition. He had like a condition that made him do that. You know?
Yeah, what the hell was wrong with that guy?
Well,
Doug's
right.
coming back. Did you guys know that?
What?
Oh, not
And if
again.
I'm not asked, I don't know if I'll have the opportunity to be on that team, but if I am not asked to be on that team, I'm going to be fucking pissed.
Didn't you work on Doug?
Yeah. And
Which
I'm
one?
very good friends with Jim. Like he's
The
one of my
OG?
mentors and Jim Jenkins.
So the Nickelodeon Doug, not Disney Doug.
What umbrella
You worked on the
did
Disney.
it go
You worked
out
on the
under?
Disney Doug, Dave.
Oh.
Little bit of
I worked on
downgrade,
Disney
still
Doug
cool.
because
Dagan would have
Disney
not even been
bought-
out of school when the original Doug was on.
No, Nickelodeon Doug was early 90s. I worked on Disney Doug because Disney bought Jumbo Pictures that became Cartoon Pizza. Disney bought the studio outright, and I came in under that umbrella.
Mhm.
Jim is a great friend of mine and has been seriously. I mean, I don't mean to. I don't know. This sounds like I'm spreading rumors about Jim, but he's been living on Doug money and not doing anything for 2 decades.
Wow.
Like that's how much money this man made. Eventually he'll do a children, you know, every so often he'll do a children's book and stuff, but supposedly the show's coming back. And I'm rooting for it because he's him and David both, but especially Jim, like they're good people. And I would love, because it would be like this whole thing of like a new energy for New York animation. I'm assuming it would be done in New York. It would have to be done in New York.
Yeah,
So,
it's funny. Doug, I love Doug. I mean, Doug was one in that early wave of Nicktoons. It was, you know, Ren and Stimpy, Rugrats. That, you know, you got like Rocko's Modern Life a little bit later.
Those were the pillars, yeah.
Right. And
Yeah.
then and those were good. But then you got like later, like I didn't like Cat Dog that much.
Mhm.
Loved it.
The Wild Thornberries I wasn't into. I did like, there was one that I did like that came later.
Angry Beavers was there.
Angry Beavers was okay.
I
I'm
can't
missing
stand
one.
you right now.
I'm sorry. Well, I was older. Like you have to understand, like
No, exactly.
the ones I was there for were younger. But yeah, I remember Doug going to ABC.
Yes.
And that was weird. A lot of things were moving around at that time. Like the family, I remember some of the sitcoms were jumping from ABC at that time to CBS, like Family Matters and Step by Step. A lot of people were just kind of trading shows at this time. And it's always
That's when
happened,
the
I guess.
network still actually had power. Yeah.
Mhm.
The 3 networks. Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to Doug. I would love for Doug. Oh, Hey Arnold. That was what I was thinking of. That's a good one. That was
Oh,
probably the
sure.
last edition that I liked. You know,
Yeah.
'cause that came probably 90. I'm just throwing dates out there, but like 96, something like that.
Shout out Craig
They fucked
Bartlett.
up the lore with Hey Arnold, because there's the movie where they go and find his
Yes.
parents and they've just been fucking sleeping in the
I never
Amazon or
saw
something.
Oh my God, I never saw
And
that.
they just
That's
come
weird.
back. They're like, oh yeah, they're
Yeah.
fine.
No, it sucked. I was very upset.
Craig Bartlett, brother-in-law to Matt Groening. Not a lot of people realize that.
Oh,
Mm,
In the same family, those two. Yeah.
interesting.
Good shit.
All right. All
Micah,
right.
where are we going?
Micah, hit us.
All right. Well, yeah. Does anyone else want to answer the circus question, or do you think we should roll to another one? That
Yeah, roll.
kind of worked
ask
organically.
you should ask each individual a different question so that no one can prepare. So you get everyone like that.
All right.
It's spur of the moment. Yeah.
All right. Well,
But
I'm
I'd be a
gonna
good
rate.
bearded lady. I'd be a great bearded lady. I just want to weigh in on that. Hands down. Like I'd be the best. And it would be an opportunity. There's always been a little piece of me. I don't think I've ever shared this
Oh boy.
with a living soul. There's a little bit of a drag thing going on. I just want to try it out.
oh,
I don't know what it is.
That's fine.
okay,
Yeah.
To each their own.
And a bearded lady would be a perfect outlet for that.
Mm.
absolutely.
Yeah,
It's
just
a little-
once.
I hope
It's
Allie and Dana don't hear this.
Surprising, but
for your
sure. So I'm going to rate that one a 6 because Colin's answer, his initial answer was very short. We ended up moving somewhere with that. Everyone got into the conversation very organically with that. But, his initial answer was just like, eh. And that's not, it's just like, yeah, someone asks you something like that. And you're like, I don't know. I'd be the popcorn salesman because I don't want to do anything at the circus. I don't want to be at the circus. Like, so, all right. Dagan, I'm going to ask you this one. When was the last time you laughed so hard that you almost wet yourself?
Oh, wow. You know what's funny about this? I always want this to happen on the podcasts. And it's such a hard thing. You can't fake it. It's got to be a genuine thing. Happened to Colin and I once. I remember one time on Knockback years ago. Remember, Kyle?
When we were
talked about this
drawing?
not too long ago. It was a Mad Lib thing.
Yeah, we were like drawing things or doing something. Oh, yeah, it was Mad Lib.
It was one of the pre-show.
It was the Mad Lib.
activity.
That's what it was. Yeah.
It was a Mad Lib, and I forget what the Mad Lib was, but we just lost it. But the last time, you know what it was? I know exactly what it was. I was talking to Colin about my fascination with him. My newest guy that I just have to ingest all their content is the comedian Tim Dillon from Long Island. Great stand-up, but awesome podcast. And he just basically rants. His young Jamie is named Ben. Ben just gives him something and he rants about it for an hour. He did a rant about the cool aunt in every family that is so on point. I think just for a family dynamic, but especially being from Long Island, where he just sings Fleetwood Mac intermittently the entire time. It's one of the funniest things I've ever heard. I can't listen to Tim Dillon on my commute because I'll start laughing out loud. That's how much he gets me. But that specific, I think it was the cool aunt rant, I was just belly laughing. And I would listen to the same parts over and over again. It was just as funny every time I listened to it. So I think that was the last one.
Well, see, that was good. All right. I've now learned about a new comedian. All right. I've learned that Dagan enjoys comedy as well. I've learned he's from Long Island. These if I was a complete stranger, that got a lot of information out of you. It made me uncomfortable to have to ask if you almost wet yourself, though. I give that question a knock because I'm not comfortable asking people that. It felt strange. In my own experience, I laughed so hard that my arms stopped moving, and maybe I could ask someone that, but then I don't know if that's a universal experience, of course. But that I'm going to give that one an 8. Because it did get Dagan to open up about himself. And now we could start talking about our favorite stand-up comedians. I could start talking to you about the ones I like. All right, that could lead somewhere. That could certainly work.
Lisa Lampanelli.
Oh, man, I love Lisa Lampanelli. She's great.
I got to see we got to get Netflix. I really do want to see that Tom Brady roast because it looked like it was so inappropriate.
Because they edited some stuff, though. Kim Kardashian got booed at one point, and Netflix edited it out. And I'm like, fuck you.
Oh, really?
She got booed. That's what happens. If you bomb on stage, you bomb on stage. You either cut the whole thing or you leave it in. You don't get to make her look better, make her look like she's funny when she's not. All right? If somebody booed, you leave it in or cut her whole segment. I'd rather you cut the whole thing than try to make it look like she didn't bomb up there. Like, that's bogus. That's totally against the spirit of the roast. Like,
I agree.
Sometimes a joke doesn't land. You keep rolling with it.
Yeah.
She's also not a comedian, so it's not really a surprise. Like, I don't know.
Who's the blonde comedian? She's very hot right now. She's been hot for a few years. Female comedian. She was on the roast.
Nikki Glazer?
Glazer.
Yeah, Glazer.
She went on Bobby Lee's show and spoiled that entire roast.
Oh, really?
I like her a lot. I like Bobby too. But she went on and just ruined all. I was like, I just heard every bit. Not just her stuff, everybody's stuff. I was like, oh my God, I don't have to listen to the roast.
That sucks.
Because those roasts are legendary. Like that B. Arthur dick joke from years ago is one that, like, I wouldn't fuck her with B. Arthur. B. Arthur's dick. With B. Arthur sitting on the diet on the dais.
A legendary comedian in her own right. Yeah, you got it. That's what's fun about the roast is just that it's just nailing people. Like Norm Macdonald. There was that one I always bring up where he was just reading the newspaper the entire time he was on stage, and like when someone would bring him up, he would just like lower it and put his head up and just like look around, and then just kind of there's like a whole art and sub art and sub art to it. Comedy Central roasts are some of the funniest things I've actually ever seen.
Yes,
they're
incredible.
They're all incredible. I've said this in the past that the only one that is weird is the Chevy Chase one because they really hate Chevy Chase. So it comes off as mega mean. Like some of the things are not even funny because Chevy Chase is a notorious douchebag, I guess, in the industry and has been since. Like didn't he quit SNL after 1 year or something like that?
Yeah, it wasn't
He was
long.
on it for like 1 year, and then he just like went and did movies or something. Or
then he fell out with Dan Harmon on Community, and
right. There's podcast clips of Joel McHale talking about how like they got in physical altercations on the set of Community. He said like racist shit about Donald Glover. Like, not good.
It's rough just because I think he's really funny, but I actually don't think he's as funny as people think he is. Like Caddyshack's actually one of my favorite movies, but it has really nothing to do with him. It's Rodney Dangerfield. I mean, Rodney Dangerfield carries that movie. It would be nowhere near as funny.
Yeah, and Bill Murray.
And Bill Murray, of course. But it would be nowhere near as funny if it was really focused. I think that's why they rewrote it kind of on the fly. It was supposed to be more about the kid and him and all of their relationship and stuff. So, and when I think about the like National Lampoon movies, I'm like, these are funny, but those are some movies where I'm like, I don't quite understand why these are legendary comedies. Like there are way, way, way funnier movies than those, you know, and from that era, definitely. You know, and right on through certainly today. I mean, there's a shit ton of funny movies. So it makes it a little hard it's like the art and the artist kind of thing. He just sounds like perennially. There was a book my old roommate, Scott Bromley, back in the day read, and he was telling me about like it was an SNL tell-all book about, and there was a lot of stuff about him in there too, I think, about his behavior and stuff. So anyway, Micah, back to you.
And I have to credit the B. Arthur joke to Jeff Ross. I forgot his name.
Yeah, he's funny as fuck.
He's my favorite.
Well, apparently he's like very central to this. As far as I understand, he has like an ownership stake in this like roast thing. And that's why he's always like, he's like a roast master, you know?
Yeah.
That is interesting.
And it's just the jokes about, what I always find funny is just the jokes that are about other people. Like you were saying, half the time they're on there, they're not even talking about the person that's there. They're literally just making fun of the other people on the stage, which is so funny because it's always a different combination of people. And I was really happy to hear that. Apparently Bill Belichick took things really well. And it was like really, because they were really destroying each other apparently up there.
Yeah.
And they were saying it was like a therapy session basically for these people, you know, which is funny. So I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
Mike,
well, that worked. That conversation starter, it spawned a second conversation. I gonna keep my rating of an 8, but stand up, pretty easy to talk about. And I started talking about comedy, branching to movies. That worked. Dustin, what's the silliest thing you've ever Googled?
I've Googled a lot of weird shit in my time.
Do I have AIDS?
That's terrible.
See, this one, I've Googled so many things that I can't think of one like off the top of my head.
I'll give you mine, which this is public. I talked about this, but why does my fart smell like my dog's fart? Because it was eerie. It smelled exactly the same. And I'm like, we're not eating the same food.
They don't eat the table food.
Is it in the air? And then I started thinking about what is that, like radon poisoning or whatever that Toby on The Office, like it's a silent killer and that's a real thing, and apparently Virginia is one of the worst states for it. And I was like, maybe we're being poisoned. That's our whole rabbit hole of research, but that was mine.
That is a good one. Man, I feel bad. I'm blanking out.
You're not a WebMD guy. You don't Google ailments, hypochondriac style or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to do that, though. I'm not the type of like Holly cut off from any kind of searching of ailments because, you know, WebMD, first bullet point, hey, cancer. Sorry. Pain in your leg. You're going down.
Always.
Yeah.
Always. You can't
it's
do
fruitless.
that.
You have to learn that at some point that it's fruitless. So you can't do it anymore. I'm the same. I cut myself off from doing it 10 years ago, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. I feel like I don't have an entertaining answer. So this is, I mean, maybe you asked to the wrong person.
You got a 0 anyway.
I get a 0. I'm done.
No,
I'll think of one at the end of the episode. Certainly.
I'm gonna rate that conversation starter as a 1. Because here's what's going to happen to a lot of people is that you're going to ask that question and they're going to be like, there's a million things I can't say. I can't tell you that I Googled, you know, what's this bump on my elbow? I can't tell you that I Googled, you know, why is my pee green? Okay, like most people are just going to, these conversation starters are for strangers, complete strangers. So most people are going to put the walls up pretty fast. Like, what shouldn't I say? I feel like that's just going to happen right away.
I did look up something weird on Google recently, which was, should the tip of your penis hit your kneecap? And I realized that was an uncommon situation, but it's just because I'm well endowed.
Yeah. I thought of one. This was on Sacred a few weeks ago. I searched Chris Ray Gun feet.
What?
Because
Like
he
Wiki
said he
feet?
was on Wiki feet. So I was like, well, I got to see
is
this.
He really?
Yeah.
That's so funny. That's weird.
Maybe it wasn't Sacred. I don't remember what, but I definitely searched Chris Ray Gun feet, and he was right. He's on there. He's on Wiki feet.
He's got good feet, like petty feet, or he's got bad feet.
To be honest, I don't remember the quality of said feet. But,
interesting.
there's people out there.
We'll search for it again, or your Google's going to start thinking, the algorithm's going to start thinking things about you. And Chris.
So yeah,
together.
Searching a coworker's feet.
HR violation. HR violation.
I'm going to bump this up to a 4. All right. Because now here's the deal, though. This conversation, am I going to continue it at this point? I don't know. I mean, who I am as a person, yes, I would. If somebody else off the street learned that, they'd be like, all right, see you later. Right. But I'm going to give that a 4. It did bring fruit. It did bear fruit. Mm-hmm. All right. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to go with that one. Colin, this one's for you. What would the title of your memoir be?
2 tears in a bucket. Motherfuck it. The Colin Moriarty
We've
story.
talked about this.
Yeah. Well, no, that's actually.
That's right. It's
an old joke that I made up about Peter. So no one knows who Peter Ostrom is. Peter Ostrom is the guy who played Charlie in Willy Wonka, and that's like his only role. He's not an actor really. That was his one only role. And I used to, there's this saying, I don't know where it comes from. Do you know where it comes from? 2 tears in a bucket, motherfuck it. It's from something, Dig. Like I got that from something from you guys.
I'm going to research it.
But we were saying that if he wrote a memoir, it would be called 2 tears in a bucket, the Peter Ostrom story, because his name was Charlie Bucket. So that's where that came from. I didn't make it up or anything like that.
So it's not about your own life. It's about Charlie.
It's a biography about me coming up with the idea of another man's biography that was never written, I guess is what I'm saying.
It's pretty meta.
Yeah, my own biography, Peace and Quiet, the rise of Colin Moriarty. Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
No.
It's kind of the genesis point.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
In a way.
An inflection point, nonetheless. Yeah.
Yeah. All about Phil Collins. I love Phil Collins.
Right.
So we can talk about Genesis all day.
Yeah.
And they're the one from Trailer Park Boys. Another great Phil Collins.
Philadelphia Collins.
Oh, it's Philadelphia Collins. Right. Good shit.
Mike, are you really a Genesis fan?
I like Phil Collins a lot. Yeah.
You like Phil Collins. So you're pro Phil, anti Pete.
Who the fuck is Pete?
Peter Gabriel?
What are you talking about?
She's too young for Peter Gabriel.
All right, I know that name. Yeah. I like Phil Collins a lot. Phil Collins did the Tarzan soundtrack. Right, yes. Great childhood movie, as Colin would say. Yeah, he did not have to go so hard for that fucking soundtrack. All right, he was
wrote nothing but fire on
it. It was amazing.
It was
all
good.
Right.
Yeah, it was. That was late 90s, 99?
Yeah,
I don't remember. 99, I didn't see it in theaters. I remember I didn't see it till it was on TV, I believe.
Oh, Micah, you need to go see that on the big screen at some point.
Well, I was 7. I didn't have a lot of autonomy at that point, I wasn't really calling the shots.
Yeah.
Well, see, now this could be tricky. What should the title of your memoir be? It sounds like it could spawn a really deep conversation. You might get a lot about the person, It could be like Sad Clown, the fart story. Like it could be something that's like, wow, all right, this guy's depressed, or this guy's a very successful. And Colin's, it's like, okay, this tells me this is a successful person. All right. But does it go anywhere? Like, does this really lead to much? I feel like this conversation, I'm going to give it a 2. This didn't go very well.
It's brutal.
Okay.
That's fair enough.
I'm not rating you. I'm not rating you. All right. This isn't Reddit. I'm not rating you. I'm rating the conversation starter. I felt like that one fizzled. The other one has talked about Doug and roasts. Like we were going, we were cooking. This one, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck to say to you next. If I'm at a cocktail party right now, I'm going to go start looking for the mini sausages. I'm going to leave this bozo behind. I'm going to start looking for some food. But
we did learn though that 2 tears in a bucket motherfuck it, is credited to the character Lady Chablis in the movie. Is this right? Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. Did we ever even see that movie?
Doesn't sound real.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I don't even.
Sounds AI generated.
Someone must have seen it and told us or something. I don't know.
I don't know, but it's like it's unanimous on Google. That's where it's from. So I don't.
Two Tears in a Bucket, the Peter Ostrom story.
All right. Well, we learned something.
We did.
I'd rather have not learned that.
Well, we all have these things we'd rather not know. Dagan, what website is your biggest time suck?
Oh my God. I mean, YouTube. It's ridiculous. I have a problem. I'm so good at keeping an arm's length sort of philosophy with social media. I could take it or leave it. Twitter, Instagram, it's all fine, but I really could live without it. YouTube is just, I have an addiction to it. And it's so weird. It's so bad that when I go start a movie I pay for everything. Every subscription service, name it. I got them all. I start a movie on Netflix or Max or Amazon or Hulu, Disney or whatever. I almost always, I'm like up to like 85, let's say high 80s% that I'm just going to stop the movie and just go watch something on YouTube. It's pretty bad. So yeah, hands down YouTube. It's not even close. It's not even close.
Oh, all right. And see this, I could next ask him, what kind of things is he watching on YouTube? All right. This could work. I feel like, though, you're going to hit a wall if someone says something like, oh, I'm on Blue Sky all day. And then you're like, what's that? And then it's
a loser. You walk away.
Lonely.
Like this one could be lonely. This one could work. All right. Now, of course, a couple of minefields in here. What if they say, like, I'm on RedTube all day? What if they say something like that? All right. You don't want to.
You got to be prepared for the honesty.
Exactly. That's where a lot of these conversation starters leave me, is like, would I ever actually ask a complete stranger this? All right, South Carolina family wedding. I am at a table. Everybody's talking to each other. And myself and an unnamed boyfriend of somebody are at the table together, sitting in silence because everybody else is paired off. And I was like, do you like sports? And he was like, no. I was like, all right, go fuck myself.
Big gulps, huh?
Yeah, he's not a talkative. I don't even bother trying to ring up a conversation anymore, to be honest.
I was just like, I got nothing else. And that's what made me want to look at these conversation starters. But the reality is that I don't know if any of these would go any better, depending on the person that you're talking to. Very nice person. But I was just like, you just don't know. You just have no idea what they're going to like. I thought sports was an in with almost anybody.
Yeah.
Because even you, Dustin, you're not big on sports, but you can talk about them. Like, some people, and you also probably wouldn't just say no, So I was just like, but some of these, I still don't know if they'd actually work. What website's your biggest time suck? It's so open-ended. Yeah. And what if they're just like, oh, the PubMed, I'm always reading medical journals. I'm like, that's fucking boring. That tells me nothing.
Reading the Lancet. Yeah.
What the hell's that?
What?
What is the Lancet?
Oh, it's like a famous medical journal.
Oh,
yeah.
God, hate it. I'm giving this one a 2.
Okay.
You know what though, Micah? It's all the person. Like, you're talking about this person at the wedding, right? Mm-hmm. It's like this is a weird, like, you're old enough to be sitting at a table at a wedding, but you're not old enough to take a topic, just like play the game. Like, okay, you're not into sports. Take the topic and bend it in your favor a little bit. Take it in a different direction.
I don't have
that. A conversation.
I don't think I'll ever have it. Like,
no, it's not you. You're making the effort. The recipient has to then sort of at least kind of like, again, play the game a little bit. Like, you got to kind of reciprocate. Conversation's a to and fro, right? It takes 2. Yeah. That's just weird. Like a 1-word answer in a conversation at a wedding when you're trying to make that time go fast. Let's have a conversation here. Right? I mean, it's awkward, right? You're at a table with strangers and you're doing your part.
Right.
Yeah, that's odd to me. I can't even understand. Like, I would expect my 13-year-old to do better than that. 100%. I'd be so pissed if he couldn't.
I think he followed up with, I outgrew that. And it almost made it worse. Because then I'm like, well, great. Because I fucking love sports.
He said that? Who the fuck are you?
Oh my God.
Get over
And I was like, well, feeling worse than when I started. This one, I really felt like my in-game stats popped up of like nobody liked that or like charisma down. Like,
oh, you never told me that he said that. What a fucking douche,
Micah! Don't be put off by people like that. I want you to keep going with this.
And it's not. I don't want to speak bad of it. It's just like one of those things. Like, you don't know me. I don't really know you. I'm trying to just have a conversation with somebody because I don't know anybody here either. It just went poorly.
Okay.
But yeah. Dustin, this next one's for you, but I'm going to answer it myself as well. This was a little self-serving that I chose this.
Sure.
What's the best joke you know?
I don't know any jokes.
What do you fucking mean?
The jokes.
That's a tough one to put someone on a.
No, yeah. I got jokes out the wazoo. I got jokes.
You asked him the best joke. You didn't ask him to tell you a joke.
All right, well, tell me a joke.
Tell you a joke. That's the. I've never heard a joke that's formatted like that I actually really like.
Oh,
does that make sense?
I got a couple. I got 2 jokes. This is very self-serving, but you guys are going to learn something about me. When I was in middle school, my history teacher used to do the joke du jour, and they were terrible, but I loved them. Everybody else would be groaning at these jokes, and I'd be slapping my knee like, this guy's a fucking comic, okay? And there's 2 of them that in my family I still tell because I still think they're really funny. The first one. So a penguin goes into a restaurant, he sits down, and he orders the fish dinner. And he eats it, the waiter brings the bill, and, penguin signs it, gives him the money, and the waiter says, "We don't get a lot of talking penguins in here." And the penguin says, "At these prices, I'm not surprised."
She really likes this one. Wow. I didn't know she was a corny joker. Yeah. What? I should be doing dad jokes with Micah.
Yeah. She is. Oh, yeah. She loves corny shit. Yeah.
And that joke's been getting me. Oh my God. What year? I think that was 6th grade history, maybe. I've been laughing at that joke since I was 12 years old. It's still got it. You get, give me, Dustin, did you like that joke? Oh, give me that. Yeah.
It sounds like Holly's more of a pun joke teller.
She's very good. I
feel like
this
is kind of related in some way. Now, here's the thing. I've never told this joke. It's actually more of a story about someone telling me this joke. My step grandfather, bit of a wild character. He once, I think I was about 12, 13 years old, and we're at a picnic at my grandma's house. He was kind of a loner, like he'd be separate from the family, but I think he was we were outside. He was kind of off to the side drinking a beer, and he knows that I'm a teenager, almost a teenager. He's like, "Hey, Dustin, did you hear about this new drug for lesbians? It's called Try Dick Again." Which I think he fucked it up because I looked up the joke and it's actually Try Cox Again. But I will never. I expected him to offer me like a sip of his beer after that. Like, "Hey, you want to try some of my Budweiser?" I've never forgot him telling me that joke though, because I think that he's like, "Oh, Dustin's a teenager. He'll appreciate my really shitty, dirty joke." It's not. So, but I would never tell if I didn't know you, I wouldn't be like, "Hey, my grandpa told me this joke about lesbians once." No,
the dirty joke. You got to know your audience. Like if I could say, how's it go? What do you call a blonde standing on her head? A brunette with bad breath.
Oh no. Pretty good. But
I can't tell that to just anybody. If I met a stranger on the street, I'm not going to just say that. But the second joke from my 6th grade teacher, Mr. Cassidy, there's these 2 guys walking through the woods, and they come across this real big hole in the ground, and they're trying to figure out how deep it is. So they start throwing things in it, rocks, twigs, whatever. Everything they throw in, you can't hear it hit the bottom. Finally, they find this big log, and they drag it over the hole, and they throw the log in the hole. All of a sudden, this goat comes running up, runs straight into the hole. And what was that about? We don't know. A little while later, this farmer comes up, and he's like, "Have you guys seen my goat?" And they're like, a goat just ran right into that hole. And the farmer says, that couldn't have been my goat. He says, that couldn't have been my goat. Mine was tied to a log.
What? Holy shit.
Micah, it doesn't even matter how bad the joke is. If you laugh like that, you got it. You just got it.
It usually does work because people do. I start laughing. These are jokes I've had rattling around in my head for like a decade.
It's your belief in the joke.
It's still funny. I mean, I love that one. It's so good because, like they threw the log in and he's like, that's not my goat. Mine was tied to a log. They threw his goat in the hole. He didn't even. That's a classic. That's a classic. I love that joke. Well, all right. I'm going to rate best joke though as like a 1 because it left Dustin feeling a bit on the spot, didn't it? You know, that left you feeling a little uncomfortable.
That's hard.
I was ready with a joke. And in my head, I was like, I'll be able to counter one. Exactly.
Yeah. I feel like, I don't know, as far as jokes, I mean, we make jokes on Sacred, but they're situational.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
It wouldn't work.
Always just have one in the clip. You know what's a good one to have handy? The Norm Macdonald moth, but the light was on joke. Do you know the Norm Macdonald moth joke? The whole thing is the build up, like 20-minute long build up to the ridiculous punchline, which he did on talk shows, basically, to fill up his time. And then the payoff is like, what the fuck? But it's so funny in retrospect because he just built this thing up for 20 minutes. But you could just tell that joke outright with the punchline. It's still funny. So that's a good, just always have one ready because it is hard to think of a joke on the spur of the moment. And I think it's probably the greatest generation, right? Like our grandpa's age, that they were the last sort of batch of people that just had jokes.
Oh yeah, you just show up to the barbecue and I got a joke for you. Did you hear about the goldfish that went bankrupt? Now he's a bronze fish. Classic old man joke. Classic old man joke. I mean, blonde jokes have gone out of style. That's a problem. I got a whole lot of blonde jokes, but you can't really use those anymore. You know, they're not in vogue. But I'm gonna give the joke. I'm gonna give that a 1. Because you just don't know if the person you're talking to is a jokester or more on the fly comedy like you, Dustin. You're a funny cat, Dustin. Like you're not. Thanks. This isn't a knock on you. Like you're a funny guy, but it is. It's like we're situational more so. You're ribbing on each other. Like I shot you in the arm. You're gonna stab me in the leg. Like this is how the dance goes. Like it does. But otherwise, me just putting you on the spot.
Yeah.
No, that didn't work very well. Well, that's my list that I had. I have 2 honorable mentions of ones I had to mention just because these are so wildly inappropriate and I can't believe they're on the list. One of them, what's your biggest turn on? Who would just ask a stranger that? What's
your biggest turn on?
Like, first of all, first of all, Frank, I don't know you. And second of all, like, I'm not going to tell you. Like, it's
like dick.
So, because
nice to meet you. What's your favorite bodily fluid?
Yeah.
Just leave it
what if you, Micah, ask me that question.
What's your biggest turn on?
Pussy.
I mean, because the reality is that you're probably going to say something pedestrian and obvious because you're not going to be like, there's nothing like the sound of, orcas, and it's like, oh, I'm not getting into this. There's nothing. Nobody's going to really tell you the truth. I feel if you're just at a cocktail party and ask them that, like that one was just so out of bounds. And I was like, what do you, and the second one that just really caught me as like, who would do this was, what's the most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to you? Oh. And like, we did a whole episode about that, but we're friends. It was just like, whoa. Walking up to a complete stranger and asking them what's the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to you? That sounds like a way to get yourself punched.
Imagine someone asking Dagan that and he goes into the story about you peeing on the pee rug.
I thought about that instantly. My two both involve peeing myself as an adult in public. One was at my aunt's and one was at an award show where I had to go on stage and I peed myself first.
Oh,
yeah. Had to untuck my shirt. It was not good. I was receiving an award. This was not that long ago. This was like 2012.
The Emmys.
But yeah,
we drank a lot beforehand. But yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like that one's as bad. Micah, the first one you brought up, the sexual turn on, or just the turn on one. Have you been put in that situation by somebody?
Oh, never. No.
Because that's almost
that would be so weird.
That's criminal almost.
It would be so weird.
Yeah,
like
rape.
I mean, you're either just going to be like, oh, creep, and just like walk away, or you're going to have a really strange conversation with someone that you just met. It's just those two. There were several that were just like blah, like any big plans for the weekend was on the list of 100 best conversation starters. All right. Like I could have come up with that. There was one of them that just said, have you ever tried a standing desk? That was another favorite. But some of these were just so like out of pocket that I was like, there's no way you can just walk up to someone and ask them what's your biggest turn on. You can't do that. Or ask them for like their most embarrassing moment. It's like, this could be someone's like deep, dark secret. You know, the time they got pantsed in 3rd grade and you just brought it up.
They run away crying.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like screaming, crying, throwing up. It's just, I don't know. Those two stood out to me as just the worst ones you could possibly ask someone. And so to our dear listeners, don't ever ask people that as a conversation starter.
There's a real like dirty old man energy to those that reminds me of Dustin's incident with the grandpa and the lesbian / pharmaceutical joke, where there's a certain age where I think people think it becomes okay because it's like, oh, it's just crazy old grandpa. Whether it's like overtly asking somebody's turn-ons or telling a joke, you know, an off-color joke, which I think a lot of times that's a way to gauge the room, you know, like the audience, the people's politics, what it's okay to say, what it's not okay to say. You know what I mean? I think it's a little more political. I think it's a little more underhanded than oftentimes than it just, or it could just be, you know, you're putting yourself over as like, oh, I'm just crazy old grandpa. I say weird shit now. You know, I'm allowed to do that and get away with it.
Right.
I'm retired.
Right.
You know, that type of thing. But Dustin, what was your reaction to that? I was very curious about that. What was your reaction to that?
Well, this particular family member has always been super, just says weird stuff, asks you weird stuff. He'll be like, hey, Dustin. Holly and I always joke that he's always like, hey, Dustin. And then you have no idea what he's going to say next. Holly, actually, the first time she met this family member was out front here. And he was like, hey, oh, nice to meet you. Here, look at this. He pulled out this little tiny toy gun and put it in Holly's hand. And Holly was like, oh, cool. And then she like started to put her finger on the trigger. He's like, oh, don't do that. I was like, huh? And this was a real gun that was about this bit, you know, like a tiny, tiny gun. And he just thought that she might be interested in taking a look at this tiny gun.
That rules America.
Yeah, he would just, you know, start talking about the guy from work that he knows that he's doing a bunch of scrap, and him and we're at the scrap yard, and you never know. It might be the most boring thing ever. He might pull out lesbian joke,
a gem.
But at the time with that joke, I think that I didn't understood what he said. Even that I didn't not that I didn't understand like the word dick or something like that, but I was like, what? It wasn't until later that night, I'm like, oh, now I
like that he workshopped it by replacing cock with dick. Like he thought he could. I like the fact that he thought he could improve it. Every family.
No, he wasn't trying to improve it. I think he just forgot.
He just got it wrong,
or someone told him the joke wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would have been funny if he was just like, oh, a new drug for lesbians. Have sex with a man again. Like just completely butcher it, and you don't say it quickly, so it just sounds like a sentence. It doesn't even sound like
it's completely
one word.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Every family, Kyle, I was thinking about this, like family characters, the wild card. Like you invite to the family barbecue, and they're just, you got to look out for the new boyfriend or girlfriend. I think about this with Lilia and dating a new kid, like when he starts coming around and stuff. Does our family have? I mean, Uncle Mike.
Yeah,
is like that, but he's not inappropriate though. He walks the line. Does he get inappropriate? I can't think of an example.
He's definitely. I mean, I don't know if he's inappropriate like with a general audience. No, but on one-on-one or two-on-one or whatever, he's definitely
absolutely.
Yeah, but no, he doesn't get very inappropriate with like a public audience. No, I agree with you there. Definitely.
Yeah. He will definitely joke around with you. But yeah, the inappropriate stuff is funny. Like that's our family's kind of missing that one sort of wild card that just could have this chaotic. I think a family needs that.
I hold it all in because you guys just don't really have the vibe for this. Like me around my own family is very different. Not that I'm inappropriate, but me around my own family is like I'm a jokester and I'm cracking jokes. Around Colin's family, very nice, but they're just not really jokesters. And
is it a matter of time though, Micah, until you feel more comfortable?
No, I can just feel it. No, I can just feel it. You guys just aren't jokesters, you're just not. The vibe ain't right. But like it's just like my parents and I will be like side splitting laughing when we're together, and like I don't know, we just don't really laugh at family functions, and then it's just a different vibe. It's just different, It's just like it's like going to dinner at Jerry Seinfeld's house or going to dinner at like fucking Ruth Bader Ginsburg's house. Like one of these is going to be funny, and one of these is going to be pleasant, civil.
Yeah,
sure, yeah, nice people. She's dead. I forgot.
Yeah, she's dead.
Nice
I was going to say, it would be a little weird because her fucking corpse is probably rotting at the table.
Even better, so she'll shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Damn.
Well, what do you think, Micah? Have we done this topic justice?
Yeah, I think maybe I can workshop some of these for the next time I'm at a family wedding, and maybe I'll try one of these out on some unsuspecting guests. So this was good. I feel like I learned something. If, people, have speculated that maybe I'm a robot of some kind. And, maybe I have just done some machine learning now about humans and their reactions to things. And I'm going to put all this into the algorithm and my robot brain will come out with something better, something even better than these.
The Ava of LSM. I finally watched it last night, you guys. But there'll be more on that on Knockback.
I don't know what that means.
Oh,
she never saw
you don't know the movie?
Ex Machina.
Ex Machina.
Oh, I have seen that movie. I forgot. I haven't seen it since it came out.
Dagan messaged me because Brookhaven, the character's from Brookhaven, which is where we're from on Long Island, and it's very weird. He says it, and Brookhaven's not a big place.
No,
at all.
I was tripping out when I saw it.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about Evangelion. Because I'm
not that. Stupid. Yeah, no, not that. The other Ava.
I was like, dude, you got Colin to watch Evangelion? Hell yeah!
Dustin got so low key, so excited. Not the E version, the A version. But you know what, Micah? That's a cool topic because you could reintroduce this topic every so often with just new conversation starters. It could be different every time.
It could, yeah. I could actually. This could be one to do with a different set of people. And I remember one thing when we talk about jokes at family gatherings. I just want to say, because this isn't a knock to your family. Everyone's very nice. But here's an example: Thanksgiving, and it was our first Thanksgiving as a couple. And I was talking to our nephew Declan, very sweet boy. I like Declan a lot. We get along great. But I said Declan was talking about how much he loves taking home the leftover mashed potatoes. And I had just said, oh man, leftover mashed potatoes, even better if you put them in your shoe. And he said, you're really weird. And I just remember being like, that's not how that was supposed to go. That's not, maybe should have chuckled. Maybe
you should have been funny.
Something. Yeah. Oh my God. No, it was funny. It was fun. You're not expecting someone to say to put mashed potatoes in your shoe.
No.
All right. That's funny. That's funny and it's unexpected. But if I told that joke at my parents' house, they would have fucking rolling on the floor laughing. All right. Dad would have been my dad, when he laughs really hard, takes his glasses off, starts rubbing his eyes. I would have gotten that. But it's just not the right crowd. It's not the right crowd. They don't want jokes. They want to talk about, I don't know, life, and shit. And it's just not the right crowd. The vibe ain't right.
I'm trying to think. That was a Declan of 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, because you were there. It was the first time it might have been the first time I met you in person.
I remember
2020.
It would have been 2021, I think. 2020 is when we did our tiny Thanksgiving, right?
Oh, that's right.
With no family.
That's right.
Everybody did their own thing with that year, and then 2021 we had Thanksgiving at your mom's house, and everybody.
That was driveway Thanksgiving.
Right, and right? I think
I remember.
Time I met you and Helene. So it was a big deal. And and I learned a lot about the family that day. And then ever since then, I've sort of just like keep myself in a little bit of a shell. You know, it's just like, this isn't for you guys.
That's not good. We got to have the real Micah at these things. We got to
nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. It's fine.
I don't know.
It's here. She exists here in another realm.
You could be the wild card we were asking for.
Nah.
Bring that Charlie Day energy.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Charlie Brown at first. And I was like, yeah, he's always fucking shit up. Everybody's always mad at him. He ruins the Christmas tree.
Whatever,
I could do that.
Any kind of Charlie. It's all fine. All right. Listen, I was excited to go into this one. Dustin, we saved you for last, my friend. I have a feeling I'm going to learn some stuff on this topic. It's also a good way to familiarize myself with something I've only been paying cursory attention to. I'll say no more. Dust, take it away with this final topic, my friend.
So yeah, the audience has probably guessed by now, but I want to be clear. I want to make sure we can open this up to the genre in general, and that is this topic overall. Rap music, and two rappers in particular have been in the spotlight over the past few weeks. We've talked about it briefly on some of our other shows, but in particular, it's Drake and Kendrick Lamar have had what may be the biggest public rap beef in rap history. Now, the format has changed quite a bit because think about Tupac and Biggie kind of throwing shots at each other, eventually getting real bad. But with the modern era, with the modern era, you can just release a track whenever. And so this started about a month ago now with Kendrick dissing Drake. Basically on the song, which is a Future song, he said, "Fuck the big three, it's just big me." Basically, because J. Cole had said the big threes: Drake, Kendrick, and himself. Kendrick took offense to being called one of the three greats. And I think it's mainly an offense of being associated with Drake. And so there's been these diss tracks level, back and forth. And it's been really, really interesting and fun to follow, specifically because there's a lot of lore. I guess we've been talking about lore this whole episode, where there's been a lot of shots fired for a long time between Drake and Kendrick. And so it's kind of really bubbled up to this big explosion between the two of them. Where it gets even more interesting is that there's kind of a background story going on with these tracks as well, about how apparently there was someone in Drake's circle that was leaking information to Kendrick. And you can see that laid out in the diss tracks, whereas they kind of escalate to the point where before this most recent track, Kendrick is basically kind of warning Drake, like, you don't want to do this. You don't want this to pop off. It's not going to work out the way you think. And this kind of all exploded. This would have been last Friday when Drake released a music video diss track called Family Matters. And this it kind of was supposed to be his big victory lap moment. And what was crazy about it was, I think it was within 20 minutes, Kendrick had a prepared track ready to go that references a lot of the things that Drake said. So he definitely had some kind of inner circle, whatever. And it goes much, much deeper than this. I'm trying to keep it surface level. But then the following day, Kendrick released another track, just following up back to back with a song called Not Like Us. And this is the one that went extremely hard, called him a pedophile. There's like a great line in it where he says, try to strike a chord, but it's probably A minor. And just absolutely brutal. And this has clowned Drake to no end. People are making dance videos. They were playing it at the club that night. It's become the #1 song on Spotify, Apple Music. Drake followed up with a song that was just completely ass. Just straight up. There's a line where he talks about how the people you're getting your information from are clowns. But then a few lines later, he tries to claim that they fed him the information. So it's like, bro, which is it? Are you calling your own boys clowns, or are you just claiming this to try to get out of it? He also has a line about how he's too famous to be preying on young girls. Anyone with half of a working brain knows immediately how dumb that is. But anyway, the larger point I want to make is just that rap music, this whole beef, has been in the spotlight, and it's weird because I don't know if I consider myself like I'm a huge rap music fan, because I'm really not. I kind of have the few artists that I really like. Kendrick is my favorite. He's been my favorite for a long time now. And I'm curious about how you guys feel about rap music, how you guys feel about this beef in particular. The last thing I'll say, the way I got into some rap music is I don't know if it's cringy, but it's clearly like the 13-year-old white kid from Western PA listens to rap for the first time, because it was through the Linkin Park and Jay-Z collab.
Yeah, that was a famous record.
That's fucking awesome. And that was like, whoa, this Jay-Z guy's pretty cool. I'm going to check him out. And so then getting into Jay-Z, Kanye, Kendrick, stuff like that. And Drake, to be fair, I think his earlier stuff is actually really good. I think he's fallen off big time in the last few years. But Dag, I'll throw this to you just because I know you've talked about, I'm trying to remember, there's the band or the group that you really like. Is it A Tribe Called Quest?
Yeah, well, they're one of them, sure.
They're one of them. So I know you are somewhat involved in this. So, or if you want to speak on the beef, I don't know if you're following it. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I love rap music historically. I mean, I'm still very much entrenched in 90s hip hop and 80s and, maybe gently into the aughts, but it's telling, because I know Kendrick Lamar and Drake have both been around for a long time, but I really don't know them. And that just tells you two things: how old I am and how long I'm really not paying attention to like contemporary hip hop. I mean, the first thing I thought of when you sent this, and of course I've heard the clamor on social media, like you can't escape the din. You don't have to even listen to like DJ Vlad to know what's going on. Like this is the rap battle for our times and everything. I think what's really cool though, I think what I always think about when this happens, and I remember thinking about this in the 90s with Nas and Jay-Z, that whole King of New York beef, late 90s, that was into the early 2000s, which is still the gold standard. I mean, Nas and Jay-Z are two fucking legends. Like Nas might be the greatest rapper who ever lived, and but what it all comes down to for me, as much as I'm a fan of hip hop and rap music and a lot of these guys, is that what I really think we'd all love to see is this sort of ongoing diss battle model employed by other genres of music. Like, how much do we want to see Yo-Yo Ma like going at it with like another classical cellist? That would be, or like, like where is Elton John, Barry Manilow? Like let's if we're gonna pop off, why is it just hip hop music? It would be amazing if we could get a little bit of this energy into country western. And you know what? Like you said, Dust, it makes people pay attention. Now all of a sudden, people that maybe wouldn't be hip hop fans, it's that beef. It's that whole thing. Choose a side. Who won? Who you got? Like who's better? That type of thing. I did learn two things though, Dust. You're keeping me honest here. Kendrick Lamar. At first, I'm bringing an energy of like classic hip hop. We lost maybe the greatest rapper of all time a few years ago when MF Doom died. Certainly like the best underground hip hop artist who ever lived, as far as like lyricist, creativity. I'm big fans of like your favorite rapper's rapper. You might not know who they are, but your favorite rapper knows who they are. That type of flavor. And it's been my main music for many years. I mean, I like a lot of genres, but hip hop, especially classical hip hop, is kind of where I live. But Kendrick Lamar, I always go in kind of dubious and like pessimistic. I'm an old head, right? He's got a Pulitzer Prize for music. I was like,
I think he's the only one for, yeah. Well, I'm trying to remember what specific, if it's just for rap music or for music in general.
I don't know. There can't be a Pulitzer for rap music. It's got to be a Pulitzer.
It's just music in a broad sense or whatever. Yeah. So I was like, wow, this really? And then I looked at things about Drake. I didn't know he's from Toronto. He hails from Canada. He's an Ottawa dude. So I was like, all right, so who, I know these guys, I know these names, these are big brand names for a long time. So I listened to most of the rap battle consecutively, in order to see. And they're talented dudes. The funny thing about it, though, growing up with hip hop, where Nas and Jay-Z, they had a different, louder, brash, more direct, I guess, energy, where this new stuff is like, to me, both of them, I think Kendrick and Drake, they have this weird, like, lazy, slow tempo drawl, like honey drizzled thing where it's not angry. It's not angry. It doesn't sound angry in a conventional sense, which is kind of cool because it's a little smoother. It's a little easier on the ears, but they are saying things. You got to kind of look for it. There's an artfulness to it. So I'm coming in like with this old head judgmental thing, but I'm like, oh, this is kind of sick. What's interesting about it is that it's like it's bringing rap into the mainstream. And I wonder, I don't know how much you know about this, Dust, because you're following this more closely than I am. How much of this are people saying is actually legit, and how much of it is contrived for profit? Whether it was orchestrated from the start, or whether it's become a thing now where both rappers are like, we're making millions off of this. Why stop now? I don't know. How much of that is in the rumor mill? How much of it is true? I don't know.
Well, obviously there's a lot of profit to be made across the board for both artists in this situation. Even if Drake loses, he's still going to make a lot of money off streams going on with this. But I do believe that Kendrick legitimately despises Drake for very, very deep reasons. Because Kendrick's music, specifically, like, he has an album called To Pimp a Butterfly, which is it's one of those albums that you have to, it takes quite a few listens to even start to like grasp what he's trying to say. I'm not trying to be like, oh, Rick and Morty, you need a high IQ to listen to. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, that's what's cool about his music, is that you could just listen to it and jam out, and that's fun. But when you really get into the lyrics and the way, not just the lyrics of each individual song, but how he structures albums to tell a complete story. And so I think Kendrick's thing with Drake is that he sees Drake as someone who uses the black image that he, or, like the rapper image, I guess both, for profit. And he kind of puts on, this like side of him for profit in his rapping, when it's like, dude, you don't know anything about this shit. You're came from a wealthy family in Toronto. You're not hard, dude. Like you're on
Degrassi.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Wait, was he really?
He was the wheelchair kid on Degrassi.
I never knew this.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah.
But you know what? With Drake, though, he's been around a long time. Like, doesn't his staying power and his lasting popularity give him street cred?
Well, I think there's an argument about like which side of Drake as well, because there's like the pop artist Drake that makes Hotline Bling, and then there's the other side of him that's more of a rapper, and he kind of puts out both types of songs. So yeah. I think that's probably a distinction for how long he's been around. That's one of the things in the most recent diss track, is that Kendrick calls him a colonizer, because when his songs don't hit, he goes and hits up Atlanta artists in order to, with features and stuff, in order to make them popular. So
that's so yeah, it's the whole thing. I saw something even before you chose this topic, Dust. I saw something about, I think it was Russell Simmons being interviewed, sort of publicly worrying that this was going to lead to actual Biggie, Tupac type violence. And that's what I worry about with hip hop, because it's always had this weird thing, even since, its flashpoint in the 70s. It's always had this thing which was tied back to the neighborhoods and back to the streets, no matter where they're from, where a lot of this stuff is derived from. North, south, east, west, even outside of North America. It doesn't matter. Where the street cred and the authentic nature of city living, growing up in the ghetto, growing up in the hood, whether you come from a good family or you're running drugs as a teenager, it doesn't matter. And which has definitely bled into the suburbs over the last 30 years too. You know what I mean? With the gaining popularity of hip hop across socioeconomic divide and racial and geographic and all that kind of thing. But that's a thing with me that I worry about with hip hop music, where I like the flavor. I like sort of invoking the place where it comes from, but I worry that that's taken too seriously and that people are going to get hurt. You know what I mean? That's what I worry about. And I worry about young kids getting involved in it, because it really blurs the line between choosing a career, doing something profitable and creative and positive, and, doing something, dealing drugs or, becoming a criminal in some sense. Like why can't we blur that line? Why can't we make that dividing line less blurred? You know what I mean? And still make good music, and still make music that people could back and support and get behind. It's funny that as much as hip hop's changed, and a lot of old hip hop guys like me will tell you, like, hip hop's no longer relevant. It's not what it was. It doesn't have the same impact. I think for all of that, a lot of it really hasn't changed that much. You know what I mean? It's still about the same things. Like, it still has that same nucleus, that same core, that same nucleus, I think, is what is problematic. You know what I mean? And I don't know how much of this specific diss track, this Kendrick versus Drake, how much do these guys sort of embrace that type of tough guy image, or are they doing it on a whole nother level right now? I don't know. Like, Nas and Jay-Z were already very popular. Jay-Z is like a billionaire now, right?
Right.
And like, when you talk about the Jay-Z Beyonce team up, I mean, they're probably one of the most powerful couples on planet Earth in terms of influence, in terms of money. And Nas is one of the greatest rappers who ever lived. But their beef came from a very specific place, and they also were battling kind of over the same battleground, both being from New York. So this is a weird thing if you just look at it, right? Kendrick is from Compton, I think. Mm-hmm. Drake is from Toronto. It's a stranger frequency than classical hip hop people are used to.
Right. And that's what like Gene's been all over this, tweeting and retweeting stuff that's been really interesting. Like I said, this runs deep between these two guys. And it really, in terms of popular mainstream rap music, Drake and Kendrick maybe not so much anymore, but outside of Kanye, they're kind of the two biggest in the game right now. And so that's kind of what makes this showdown so climactic in a way. It's like there really couldn't be anyone else that you could say would be a bigger two names to have attached to this right now. And it will be really interesting to see what the lasting consequences of, like, everyone is going around and singing these lines instead of, certified lover boy, certified pedophile, talking about Drake. The number one song in the world is calling Drake a pedophile. What does that do for your career?
Wow.
Does it do anything? Maybe not. I don't know. Because maybe it is just entertainment for a lot of people, and it just doesn't. When Drake releases another catchy song like Hotline Bling or whatever, that just doesn't matter, So,
which one of these two rappers are affiliated with Tease Wizzle? I know one accuses the other of being in cahoots.
Taylor Made. Yeah. So that's because Kendrick did a verse for Bad Blood, a remix of Bad Blood, I believe. Which what's hilarious about that is that the one song, so there is the one song I didn't mention called Taylor Made that got removed because Drake put it on Instagram. It got removed because he used AI voices of Pac and Snoop Dogg on it.
I heard this.
Super disrespectful.
It wasn't really Dog on that track?
No.
Oh, I heard this. Okay.
Yeah. So, but what was funny about that is that it was called Taylor Made and it was making fun of him for that. But the next diss track, Kendrick had Taylor Swift's main producer listed on the credit on purpose. So the next song literally was tailor-made to some degree. So just shows he does not give a fuck about that.
Pretty brilliant.
But so opening up, Colin, I wanted to ask you, I know you're not too into this beef. We talked about it a little bit, but I know you like some rap music. Tell me about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you sent me a playlist, which I still have to listen to this weekend. Try to kind of catch up with this in a linear way. I really like hip hop and rap, and I have for a long time. Like Dagan said, I'm rooted pretty much with a lot of old East Coast or older East Coast rappers or groups like De La, Tribe, Wu-Tang, things like that. The thing about hip hop is that it's pretty one-dimensional, in my opinion. And I think a lot of that is, and I should say that just like with rock, which is in massive decline, there are great things happening. It's not to say that there's like not great things happening out there with interesting subject matter and all of that, but really hip hop has, in my opinion, contributed to a reduction of what we would consider pop music generally, to the point where it's just about the same things over and over again, to very similar, beats per minute or rhythms, and a lot of the same songwriters. I was just looking at Hotline Bling's wiki just to see if he was listed even as a writer. Like, he's not even listed as a writer of that song.
Oh, wow.
That's a big part of the beef, because Drake uses ghostwriters,
right? Which is fine. I mean, it's just to say that there's. I know a little bit about this just because I told you guys. I won't say his name because I don't want to. I haven't talked to him in years, but I lived with a guy my senior year in Northeastern who was a producer in the, like, an up and coming producer in the hip hop and writer in the hip hop industry, and wrote some stuff for Snoop's album. That's the spring that I was leaving college. And I would talk to him a lot about this stuff and how kind of back end and behind the scenes a lot of it is. And I find that as a musician for most of my life, I find that a little bit unusual, because it's always interesting to go into liner notes for the rock bands you like and realize that, like, for bands you respect and like, they write their own material. And there's actually a variety of things that they talk about. And as much as I love some of the more gangster style hip hop about killing people and shooting people and dealing drugs and doing drugs, it's fun. Like, I totally think it's fun. The lyricism is often really clever and interesting, but it is one dimensional. And so when I stretch out from the things that I like to try to find new music, I find that a lot of it is so reductive that I'm very comfortable just listening to what I already know, since I'm listening to better versions of what now exist anyway. There is like newer, more contemporary hip hop that I really do like, and I brought up Currency a lot. I really, really like him. I think he's awesome, and particularly that record, The Stoned Immaculate, which is probably 12 years old now or more, is maybe my favorite hip hop album ever. But I really still go back to De La's first 4 or 5 records. I still go back to Tribe's early records, Wu-Tang, through probably the W. I'll listen to pretty regularly, and I actually really like that double record, the W.
It's a great album.
Early Eminem, I really like. This is something that Micah and I talked about, because Micah really likes Eminem too, but she's not really familiar with his first 2 records, which are the 2 records that I know. Which is so she's into like a totally different person than I know, and I'm into a totally different person than I think she knows. It's funny, when she was in the shower last night, I just stumbled across the song, Eminem's song "Kill You," which is maybe my favorite Eminem song, which is it's the first song, but the second track on his second record. And I was like, this is fucking excellent. But even in the level of lyricism and what he's talking about, it still does reduce to the same sort of thing: violence, sex, all of the rest. It's just delivered in a much more eloquent way. So now, I have a very unpopular opinion, especially through the contemporary lens, that I think rap and rapping is greatly augmented by rock music. And I'm not even talking about traditional rap rock. It's funny, for instance, Dustin bringing up Linkin Park and getting into hip hop through Jay-Z. It's like, I'm surprised you didn't say you got into hip hop through Linkin Park, which I think was just a huge entry point, because it's a very accessible way to listen to rock with rapping that goes over it really well. And I do think that these two things belong together. And I think that there's a total spectrum of like what you get out of that. Some of it sucks. Some of it's always going to suck. And some of it's really good. I've long brought up like the total hypocrisy about Rage Against the Machine, the total hypocrisy about Red Hot Chili Peppers, literal rap rock bands. that play to arenas and in front of festivals. Go listen to Around the World by Red Hot Chili Peppers and tell me what kind of song that is. And so
no.
So I just think, or Give It Away or something like that, like classic rap rock song. And I just think that exploring those angles in rap metal and all the other kinds of stuff, it's a lot of it has proven to be commercial dead ends, but I think that there's still a lot of promise there, because I think that the way rapping is syncopated and the way you can kind of go fast or slow and mix things up in a really dynamic way gives you much more room to explore lyrics and vocals than singing in harmony. Or kind of, one of the reasons we like songs is because we can predict them. You know what's coming next. So a lot of times you can hear a song and know what's actually going to come next if you know music well enough and kind of feel it. And I think that hip hop's interesting in that there's so much you can do with it from a lyrical delivery perspective that it deserves more exploration outside of what I would consider incredibly derivative, really, really tired hip hop cliches that play themselves out, I think, in many ways in reality, with the way people digest music. And the one thing that hip hop has embraced over the last 20, 25 years, and really it goes back to earlier than that, but in the entire digital era really, is just this idea that we release albums sometimes, but often we release singles. To what Dustin was saying earlier, we don't really look at albums as creations anymore. Like I look at a De La album like Stakes is High, and I'm like, this is an essential record front to back. And I find that so much more impressive than, or 36 Chambers or Wu-Tang or whatever. It's like, this is an essential list. Or both of Eminem's first records, which are both front to back. Excellent.
Legendary.
Excellent.
All of those. Yeah.
Every song. And I want more of that too, because that's the way I digest music. So the unfortunate reality is that when I do find hip hop, it's often a single or something, and it's fun, but I don't take it very seriously. The one thing I do say that I think, well, there's two things. First of all, hip hop is incredibly influential to culture. And I think American society has been morphed by it in some way, good and bad, but it's a material, it's had a material effect, I think. And I think you have to acknowledge that in some grand sense, that it is real. It's not this ephemeral or ethereal thing. It is a 40-year-old plus phenomenon at this point. And it means something to people, and it lasts, and it matters. But I also just think that there's a lot of talentlessness that you can hide behind being talentless because of the nature of ghostwriters, because producers, because of the people that are writing this, Scott Storches and the guys out there that make these incredible fucking beats and sell them for millions of dollars. And then someone raps over them with someone else's lyrics or whatever. This is something that doesn't happen in rock and roll. This is something that happens in like pop. And I think that it loses some of its credibility in that sense. Maybe it doesn't matter. But one postscript I have to say that I do love about hip hop and the whole hip hop scene is that I think a lot of it's fake. And I don't mean that by saying it's ostensibly fake. I mean, it's like a fiction. People aren't generally killing each other. People aren't generally dealing drugs out of their house. When I listen to Young Jeezy and he's talking about hiding coke at his auntie's house, right? In his first And Then What, his one of his original tracks, which I loved probably 20 years ago. It's like, that might have happened at some point, but I don't think you're doing that now. Like, it's a story. It's supposed to sound cool. It is cool. There's something to it. I like that they embrace that sort of fiction, but it does keep it very one-dimensional. So, yeah. And because it's hard, like, you're not going to ever listen to a hip hop song by a hardened, like, gangster rapper about anything that matters. You have to go to Nas or Swollen Members or like some weird like you have to go to like some weird space to find meaningful rap and meaningful hip hop. And once in a while you'll get a Wu-Tang song like I Can't Go to Sleep or something. Right?
Right.
That's like, whoa, like where did this fucking come from? And I want to see more of that. So I've gone on a little bit, but generally speaking, I love hip hop. And I just loved your Linkin Park anecdote because it was one step before what I was going to say, which was that like I knew hip hop as a kid, but it was rap rock in the mid 90s that got me into hip hop because I thought I didn't really like it. And then when I realized I did, I was like, oh, well, I mean, to be even at 10 years old or 11 years old, to be intellectually honest with yourself, you actually do like this. And then before you knew it, I was watching like Biggie videos and stuff. So,
yeah. Well, if you're saying that you want to hear more like conceptual and really thoughtful hip hop and rap music, you got to listen to Kendrick. Specifically, I mean, you really can't go wrong with any of his albums, but his main breakout album, Good Kid, Mad City, on the cover, it says Good Kid, Mad City, a short film by Kendrick Lamar. And it tells the story of like a day in the life for him. And, you know, there's like, I think you mentioned, the song Backseat Freestyle.
Yeah, I know that song. I like that song. Yeah.
And that's like specific. And that song has many of the tenets of the things that you're talking about. That's like, this isn't actually real. It just sounds cool. But like, that's the point. Because at that point in the story, it's him and his friends with a pack of blacks and a beat CD, just like freestyling. And that's what it's supposed to be in the story. But so give it a listen. It's worth might be what you're looking for. But Micah, let's go over to you here. Since we haven't heard from you at all. What are you thinking?
Oh, yeah. So I don't know anything about what's going on currently. All right. This is all. I'm glad that Dustin was at the chalkboard here laying it out for us old people, because I don't know what the fuck's going on. I've heard of it. I've heard of the beef. I'm aware. But like, I liked Drake in high school, when Thank Me Later came out. Great, but do I listen to his new stuff? No. I don't listen to hardly anybody's new stuff, like at all. So it's just one of those like, no, I'm not up to date on what the hell's going on here. But of course, yeah, I enjoy rap. I want to speak specifically to like the beef aspect of it. Because first and foremost, one of my favorite shows my sister and I used to watch was called Beef. I can't remember if that was like a VH1 show or if it was on like BET, but it was just about different rap beefs. And just going into like why this started, what happened, what songs did they release, like what lines were in it. And we just loved that show specifically. I also used to be really into battle rap, and I would always be watching like the Ultimate Rap League videos and waiting for, videos. I'd get really excited when my favorites, would be in them. I am not like up to date on any of this. I'm not going to like front that I still watch this. I haven't watched one in years. But like my favorite battle rapper was this guy Shotgun Suge, who was like this big guy, and he'd get up on stage and he'd shuffle dance when he was rapping. Like the other guys weren't doing that. And he was just like comical. And I just really enjoyed that. I had my favorites that I would always watch their videos no matter what. And that was cool just because it's like they have some stuff prepared. But it's like, what somebody says in the first round is going to be referenced in the second round, for example. There's so much of it's just like freestyling on the fly. Just the talent that's there. Watching somebody choke, the secondhand embarrassment when somebody starts a line and then they just freeze. There's just something about battle rap specifically. It's kind of video gamey in a way that I was super into for a long time. These days, a lot of those videos are long. And I'm like, I don't have an hour to watch this. I got other things to do. But that was a huge thing for me. And of course, the various beefs that stand out to me. Eminem, I am a huge fan. His beef with Benzino. His beef with Ja Rule. His beef with Machine Gun Kelly. Some of his best songs are spawned because of, him dissing other people. I mean, some of his diss tracks, like The Sauce, Nail in the Coffin, like some of these are like some of his best songs. And they're just dissing Benzino, right? Like it spurred for him like some of his best writing. Some of the most clever lines he ever did were dissing other people. So it is like Dagan said, it's unfortunate when it crosses over into reality and like actual violence. Never good. Okay. And thinking about some favorite, rappers who die from this shit, and it's ridiculous. It's like, oh, okay, like this should have just stayed in the studio. This should have just stayed as, a back and forth banter. It didn't have to get real. That's where it's a problem, because for so many people, it will spawn some of their best songs ever, some of their best writing. And like, as a fan, as a listener, you're like, this is incredible. And then somebody gets shot and you're like, well, that wasn't cool. Jazz music stops. That wasn't cool at all.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate side effect of the culture itself and how serious people take it. It doesn't seem to be quite so serious these days. Like, I don't think Kendrick's going to shoot Drake or anything, right?
Right.
I definitely don't think Drake's going to shoot anybody. But it is just one of those things of like, it really just shouldn't even be on the table. You shouldn't have to worry about this, but you kind of do. So that's the stuff that's unfortunate. And just thinking of like for example, I'm going to bring up one of my, like a rapper I really like, this guy Dalla, who died in like 2009. He was shot. And this guy is just like, just what happened? This guy had like a bright future, could have like a really great career. And just like, I don't know, it's very unfortunate when this part of it seeps into reality, because what starts out as like really dope songs and what starts out as like, oh man, this is awesome, and just ends up turning into actual tragedy, which is just never good. But no, I don't, modern rap music, I don't keep up with a lot of it. Like, I don't keep up with modern music in general, though. Like, that's just, I'm very content to get into my car and click on the same CD in Spotify that I always click on. And like, I have, my Rolodex of like 10 CDs that I listen to, right? The only artist I really do keep up with modern music is Eminem. I'll listen to any of his albums. And I do like I like his recent stuff a lot. I have listened to his older stuff too. But I do like his new albums. A lot of his fans were kind of torn on them. I like his new stuff. I thought Kamikaze was awesome. Music to Be Murdered By is one of my all-time favorite CDs now. Like, I just love that album. But otherwise, I'm just not staying current because there's too much. There is entirely too much to keep up with. And it's like when I want to listen to music, generally speaking, I want to hear something I've already heard. I want to sing along to it. I just want to be, I don't know, it's comfort food. It's easy. So I'm just very content to stick to what I know. Part of, though, like Eminem, it's always featuring other rappers on his albums, like heavily featuring other people.
Yeah.
And that will always get you in the door of like, oh, I really liked this guy. And I want to hear more of that. That will open doors for me sometimes and be like, okay, I definitely want to go check out this guy. But otherwise, there's so much. There's just so much content at all times to encounter that I'm not keeping up with what's fresh. It's been funny, though, to see the various people in my life who are really into this beef right now, Dustin especially. And it's just one of those, like, one of my old IT buddies from my old job is like heavily invested. He is literally keeping like a running thread, of like the play-by-play of this beef, keeping people informed. And it's just like, this guy, like, the IT guy from my old job, like, what? It's the people I never would have guessed, who are not just enjoying the music, but actually like keeping tabs on the situation. Yeah, I just enjoy that. I like seeing the absolute variety of people in my circle who are like super hyped about this. It's been fun to enjoy with you guys, even though I haven't heard any of it and I'm just reading the headlines basically.
Yeah. This one is...
What are people saying, Dust? Like, who's got it? What's the general sentiment? Like, who's on top right now?
Oh, Kendrick, 100%.
Oh yeah, Drake's dead. Drake has basically died.
But he won't throw in the towel.
Dude, well...
How could you even do it?
He kind of did throw in the towel somewhat, but in the most salty way. In the last song that was released in this beef it's called The Heart Part 6, which the background is that before albums come out, Kendrick always releases a song called The Heart Part 2, 3, 4. So he's the most recent one was before his recent album, Mr. Morale, that was called The Heart Part 5. So Drake made a song called The Heart Part 6, basically robbing him of his ability. Potentially, maybe Kendrick will just do it anyway. But yeah, this is the song where Drake said that, he's too famous to be a pedophile, basically too famous. And then at the end, like he like talks through the last few verses. He's like, yeah, I guess this was a good exercise, good reason to pick up the pen. It's like, shut the fuck. What the fuck are you saying, dude? You got bodied. Everyone is dancing to a song about you being a pedophile right now, dude. And just like, and the big thing about this is just that, as I was saying, Kendrick has been ahead. It feels like 3 steps ahead of him. Because like the Family Matters video was, I think Drake thought that he was going to release it. He was going to go out, have a great night. That was going to be his victory lap, and just taken away from him so quickly. And as far as you bring up like the surprising people that are into rap beef or whatever, and I understand it's surprising of me. This one is particular means a lot to me though, as an ex Drake fan. For the most part, he has a mixtape called "If You're Reading This, It's Too Late." Amazing, my favorite thing he's ever put out. I think that was when he really started to get heavy with ghostwriters, so that might be why it's so good. That might be part of it, but
that's a sin.
I think that I'm okay with listening to a song, and this applies to all music. If the performance is good or great, and it's disclosed, and it's not like someone's lying about who wrote it, it doesn't really matter to me. But if you're going to then make the comparison of Drake with ghostwriters and Kendrick, who writes his own stuff and has won awards, the Pulitzer Prize and stuff like that, then yeah, obviously I'm going to say Kendrick is better and superior any day. But when it comes to just enjoying the music, like it doesn't bother me that much. So yeah, Kendrick.
You know what it is, Dust? You know what this whole rap battle thing and why people get so into it? And again, like it incorporates so many people into rap fandom. It's like, it strikes me. It's definitely a thing of crossing like professional boxing with rap music. It's like shades of Tyson, Mayweather or something, or MMA, whatever you're into. It's like a versus thing where you get to root for one side or the other, and you always have a stake. You know, you're rooting for Drake because you're repping Toronto, or you're rooting for Kendrick because you were a Drake fan and he let you down. You know, there's always some kind of, everybody gets invested, picks their side, and then you're kind of being prophetic, like, oh, I know Kendrick's going to pull it out in the end. The funny thing is though, like where now, just in terms of like sheer profitability, like where do you draw the line? Like, why would these two guys end this seemingly anytime soon? The fact that it's so profitable. Here's what I wonder. Again, like being an old head, definitely being like an old school hip hop bias type guy, right? Like I wonder, it sounds like Kendrick Lamar, for me, is worth further investigation, especially because it sounds like this is like a truly talented dude. And again, I don't know. I'm really ignorant, but I wonder how much of the music they're making now will have the staying power of some of the classic hip hop that we still love. Like, I feel like a lot of guys my age, I just saw Eminem's 51. I didn't realize he was even older than me. But a lot of the guys like cut their teeth on hip hop in the late 80s and then went from there, right? Like, I look back and say, like, maybe really memorable hip hop ended with like DMX, 50 Cent, and Ludacris. Like that's where it sort of ended for me. Like, not only because of my age where I stopped paying attention, but those are the people's music where I could see now, like that music's going to stay with us. Like everything Ludacris made in the early aughts, so sick. But you would only know now 20 or so years on, right? Where the thing about that Colin said too, that I wanted to circle back to, everybody that took this sort of less aggressive, if you will, alt angle flavor of hip hop. Like I think of De La, Tribe, guys like Mos Def, The Roots, right? Brand Nubian, Common, Souls of Mischief, Dell, Gangstar, MF Doom, who we lost, Talib Kweli. Like, there's something interesting about everybody I just named. They took a different route, like a slightly different angle in hip hop, maybe a little more thoughtful, a little more poetic, a little more musical, a little less aggressive, a little more meaningful. But they only ever all got so high in hip hop. Like they never became a Jay-Z. They never became a Drake, right? They reached a certain ceiling in changing up the frequency a little bit and giving us a little different flavor. Now, a lot of those guys did other things, you know, like look at guys like Mos Def or Talib Kweli has a great podcast. Dell is part of Gorillaz. You know, like you think guys like Common, became like a huge Hollywood actor in film and television. So they had different paths, but besides Wu-Tang, who I think is the anomaly, I think they kind of crossed, they rose in popularity and still kind of did them. You know what I mean? They never took they never took that sort of mass appeal, if you will, route that a lot of newer hip hop in the last couple of decades did. But that's an interesting thing, and that's frustrating for me too, is that these guys, but I wonder also if that's the magnetism for somebody like that's older like me and Colin, where it's like, I like that they never really, you don't want to say sell out. That's such an old school description, but they only got so high. They only got so far in terms of popularity where they never got oversaturated. You never got tired of them, but I always feel like they were good enough to ascend to the heights of all these other contemporary rap artists that we're talking about now. And it's always my knee-jerk sentiment too, to be like, all right, Drake, like, you like Drake? Are you serious? Like, you got to listen to old like Black Star, like that's real, or the Roots, you know. But now like the Roots are heavily involved with Jimmy Fallon, so they have their own success, you know. But it's like, you know, there's that type of old man angle with it too. The other thing, you know, I hope that it doesn't ascend to the levels of like those old 90s where everything kind of just like came to this hard boil where like it really did result in street violence. Like I remember back in the days of being in New York, Hot 97, when terrestrial radio was still important and hip hop radio had a profound effect, not just on New York City, but like all of North America in terms of what they were playing. You know, it was so influential when Wendy Williams was presiding over there and DJ Red Alert and guys like Funkmaster Flex and rap artists and their entourages would come in and do a talk show and talk shit. And by the time they could get out of the studio 3 hours later, like the other crew, the opposition was at the studio ready to get busy in the streets. Like it was real violence. Whether the specific rap artist thought that they needed to engage in that for their image or they were really living it, I don't even know. And there's probably shades of both in there, but it really was dangerous for a while. You know, you hear stories and things got, you know, backstage when they were collaborating at different shows and award show things, and you hear the crazy things about Suge Knight and everything like that. It was pretty crazy. So I hope that it could stay, like, I hope it doesn't ever get to that point now.
It's too late.
Maybe
Dagan.
It doesn't. I'm just kind of out of tune.
It's too late. They shot Drake's security guard outside his home. It's already escalated.
Well,
it's too late, son.
When did this happen?
So, well, I guess it's unknown if it's related. It very well could be. But Drake's security guard did get shot.
This is a recent thing.
It's hard to say it's not related.
Well,
maybe it's not, but it's like, it's hard to say that it would be completely unrelated to just people being incensed is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that Kendrick Lamar had like that it's someone he specifically knows that did it or anything like that. But it's like, it seems like people are pretty mad at Drake right now. And that might be a factor.
Yeah.
It's interesting that he's losing too. I mean, I look back and I still listen to the Nas Jay-Z rap battle. It was authentic animosity, but it was also two of the greatest having to hold their own against the other one that was the greatest. So there was something really, and you know, again, that was in my wheelhouse age-wise and everything. But do you guys look at this current rap battle and think that it's going to age like that? Because I agree. I don't want to paraphrase what Colin said, but I agree that, and again, this is my old man bias playing in, so maybe this is unfair, but I do think that a lot of modern hip hop does feel a little less inspired and a little more disposable. Like it's not going to age like the fine wine of like you listen to an old Public Enemy song or Big Daddy Kane or Uncle L, like an old LL Cool J track, right? Like, do you think that this is going to define an era of hip hop that people look back fondly on? Or do you think this is going to be forgotten?
Well, that has kind of been an interesting aspect in that people are looking at these diss tracks and deeply analyzing the lyrics fully. And that's kind of what I think has made Kendrick rise to the top, is that his lyrics stand up, you know, and are often much deeper than just a surface level thing. Whereas a lot of Drake's lyrics are like, okay, you made a funny joke here, that was
Basic.
clever, but and I think that's one of the main things about Kendrick, that you were talking about these, you know, the old school rappers that felt like it had a lot more meaning. And that's the interesting thing about Kendrick to me, is that he's like somehow walked this line where it's like, okay, he has these songs that have reached mainstream success, very listenable, fun songs, but not only those songs have deeper meanings, but his albums in general. And that's the other thing too, a big difference between Drake and Kendrick is like, Kendrick is all about the album. Not that he hasn't released singles and appeared on other people's stuff, but
Yeah.
he's still very much focused on like when he drops an album, it is an event that people, you know, stop and listen. So
he seems genuinely talented. Like, I was really shocked. Like, I really broke my neck on it. Like, I was like, what? Like, wow, this guy is actually really good. You're just old and totally out of date and just kind of like completely missing out. So I definitely, there seems like there's something substantial to this guy. And maybe by proxy of that, I'm missing out on a host of other things. But isn't that interesting? Like, you do get to that age. I guess Micah mentioned it and I laughed when she said it, because I do think that was the turning point for me too, age-wise, my early 30s, where it was like, you just kind of rely on the existing catalog. Like, you stop spending time trying to suss out the new stuff. And I think that's bad. I think that's really bad, because I think I could be depriving myself of something that's pretty good. And also, I think a lot of people my age that are in tune with hip hop over the last 3 or 4 decades. I think we're overly critical sometimes on the new stuff. I think there is good stuff. I think hip hop does still exist. It would be cool if it existed. And I know it's a different age. Radio is not a thing anymore. Everybody's listening to things online or their Apple Family Music or, you know, whatever type of thing. But I think it would be cool if it existed, if it had a life outside of just these battles. You know what I mean? Where it almost seems like, all right, like, let's celebrate it for the other stuff too, like the artistry. We don't need writing teams. We don't need entourages and posses and all this kind of thing. Like, the purity of it. I want the purity of it still, because it means something to me. I know to look at me, you would be like, what? Dagan and rap music? But like, it means a lot to me. I've been listening to rap, been fully engaged with rap music since I was 13 years old. You know, so it's a long time. It's the majority of my life. So it is interesting. And let me ask you this, Dust, or whoever else knows, is there an end in sight here? Like, is there a projected, it sounds like it's nearly over, and it sounds like it's unanimous, but I mean, what's the outlook?
That's the big question right now, Dag. It seems like it could be over, because the smartest thing Kendrick did was to not release another track after the last Drake one, because of how bad it was. Give it time for people to take a look. But we'll see. Today may be the day of recording. We'll see that it continues. But
it's good. It's good for this old man to be paying attention to something actually going on, instead of just like catching up on nostalgia and backlog and all that kind of thing. Yeah, it's fun. I mean, is anybody going for Drake? Does anybody have Drake's corner? Is anybody in Drake's corner? Like, this guy's got it.
But you can go to the Drake subreddit and find tons of them. The copium is real there, big time. Bad news.
I got to look for these guys too. Are they making the podcast rounds at all, or are they just completely doing it through their music?
Well, that's another contentious thing, is that Kendrick is speaking only through tracks, and then Drake will post stuff on his Instagram or whatever, but not on podcasts, really.
Okay. No interviews or things like that.
I don't think there's been any interviews since this
That's
started.
good, because it should be in one, the battle should be in one forum. Like, it shouldn't be spread out to multiple things and he said, she said. Like, it should be through their music.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know where I stand. Kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth with it, because I like the battle rap thing. I think battle rap, not just freestyle, but actual battle rap of having to engage with somebody one-on-one, with your lyrics and your wit. There's something there. There's something really purely hip hop about that. Like it really kind of digs into the origins of what I think a lot of what rap music is, which is bragging, right? Sure. About yourself and kind of attacking your would-be enemy. But then there's something in it too where I'm like, I don't know what happened, just like an album. Like Colin said, De La Stakes is High. Like that was a themed album. That was their fourth album. You kind of got to chart a band and a rap group and their sort of evolution, what they were going through. It's usually very indicative of a specific era. So nostalgically, it feels like that album feels very 95 to me, 96. You know what I mean? Like rap, it's a little different now. I guess really that's the thing, right? Like it's not this album thing anymore. I know people still release albums, but it's not the same kind of event because we could digest this stuff at will now. So it's a whole different look, you know, I guess it's not just hip hop, it's music. It's music in general.
Yeah, definitely. It's tough with popular music. I try to not like shut myself off to it, but I understand. I'm also like Micah, and I get in the car like, oh, Under the Cork Tree. Sounds good today. Sounded great yesterday. Exactly. Why not?
Right. There's just something about like you stop. You just want to go directly to what you know you respond to and directly to what's good. It's like, oh man, I got to put the time in. Maybe I'm going to like this. Maybe I'm not. Yeah, it's bad though. It's bad because you get so set in your ways, you know, but I'm so guilty of that. My God, that's so crazy. Now, Micah, you listen to CDs in the car still, like actual physical CDs in the car?
Oh, not with my new car. No, my old car, I still had a bunch of CDs in it. I didn't get Spotify until 2020 probably, and I was still just doing CDs only. Some of my music though, like wasn't on Spotify, and it was like you could only listen to it on a CD. And it was just like, all right, well, it doesn't exist here. And like, you know, there's one band that literally didn't exist on iTunes, Spotify, like anything. And it's like, you just have to have the CD. It's all you can do. Now they're on Spotify. But at the time, it was like, you know, you just have to have actual CDs. So no, I don't use them anymore. They're all here in my office. But that was a time for sure.
Yeah. And that was the only way. Yeah, for sure. All right, you guys. Well, Dust, listen. Are you satisfied?
Oh, I'm beyond satisfied.
I'm tuning in now. I'm kind of engaged in this whole thing. Like I will be paying more attention. If Gene's tweeting about it, maybe he'll be my direct link.
Do you
to the whole, you know, to the bullet points, and then I could tune in further based on what Gene says.
Yeah,
I like that.
Well, I have the playlist for Colin, but I don't know if you use Spotify or Apple Music. I'll make you a playlist either way and catch up.
That's good shit. Yeah, I'm enjoying actually listening to Kendrick's music because it's a name. You know, it's like one of those pop culture things. You just hear the name and you're like, I don't understand. And I thought he was a South guy. I thought he was like a dirty South Atlanta type dude. I didn't realize he was a West Coast dude.
Yeah.
So that made me realize like, oh, the flavor of West Coast hip hop is changing, and there's a lot to catch up. Listen, this is shades of being 50 years old. This is what life is like. You realize how behind you are and everything. Well, listen, guys, the beef has been squashed. Ladies and gents, nobody's getting shot today. Not yet.
Give it time. The day is young.
I got to say it was a good. We've all dissed each other and we've come out on the other side. And we did it all for the almighty dollar. Mission accomplished. Our favorite rappers would be proud. Let's throw it over to my LSM fam for parting shots and goodbyes. MC Street Meat. That's you, Micah.
Oh, God.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. You really caught me off guard with that one. It's like the street meat. Is this, you know, the very pedestrian way of like just some street vendor? Yeah. Like it is a little hot dog stand or some guy slinging street meat, you know? I don't know. Ooh. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm riddled with possibilities.
I like the dual meaning thing. Any good big plans for the weekend? I don't know. Is it raining here?
It's Mother's Day weekend,
yes.
So we'll be hanging out with the fam, and the weather has not been great, so I haven't really been grilling, but hopefully next week that'll improve. But Mother's Day weekend. It's going to be late, but happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Don't nag me about it. All right. It's not late because I said it late. It's late because the episode comes out on Monday.
There you go.
So happy Mother's Day to all the moms, and I don't really like Mother's Day. So that's all I got.
It seemed like it was going so well.
Yep.
Okay. That's all right. Listen, MC Heavy D. That's you, Dust.
Oh.
See you later, my friend.
See you later. Yeah. I'm going to play Animal Well tonight. I'm super into it. We're going to be talking about it next week for sure. Cool. It's an awesome game. It is Mother's Day weekend and Holly's first Mother's Day because, the baby's not out yet, but she's taking care of him, making sure he grows strong down in the womb there. So I got to figure out, I think I know I'm going to get her for her first Mother's Day, but I got something for my mom. I won't see my mom this Mother's Day. That's okay. But yeah, hopefully you guys have a good weekend. Thanks for hanging out. It's been fun.
Yeah, this was a fun one. And happy Mother's Day. Totally. But happy belated. I'll put in the belated there because you're not going to hear this until after,
True.
Right? Kyle, hands are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti, Moriarty. All freestyle wins, no losses. 0 losses for the Kyle man. See you next time.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me and for hosting. And it was good to be here. Yeah, big weekend planned of doing nothing, hopefully. So that'll be fun. But yeah, we got to go to the party at Mom's on Sunday, which will be fun. And hopefully I'll just play some Stellar Blade and watch some hockey and hang out with the dogs and might even talk to my wife. Who knows? We'll see.
Oh.
You know what? It would be interesting. A husband-wife rap battle. I would tear Helene limb from limb. Like, it wouldn't even be fair.
It's not good unless it ends in divorce.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not the seal of quality.
That's definitely true.
Yes. But like, I think you guys, you and Micah have like a public platform. I don't have that with Helene. Right. You guys are like two like YouTube personalities. You can have an ongoing rap thing versus each other. I think I kind of like this. I think I'm going to curate this. I might try to talk you guys both because I can't do it. First of all, Helene can't handle it. She can't handle the heat. So she better get out of the kitchen. Definitely. Second of all, she's not on a podcast. Right? So I might live vicariously through you guys. Well, listen, I'll workshop that and many other things. Everyone, another platinum podcast brought to you by LSM. Thank you out there for your love, kindness, and support of Constellation and all things Last Stand Media. It's been a pleasure, as always. Patreon.com/Last Stand Media if you want the old early ad-free access. You can get dipped over at laststandmedia.store. I'm hip. I'm with it. Oh, I'm hip-hop. I'm with it. I like that even better. Look at that.
Oh, no.
That's that. We'll see you next time. For Colin, Micah, and Dustin, I've been your hype man, Flavor Dag, saying, yeah, boy. Peace.
Constellation is a product of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by and is directed and hosted by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-host is my brother, Dagan Moriarty. The show is produced by Last Stand's executive producer, Dustin Furman, and is edited by associate producer, Ben Smith. All Last Stand theme music is by Ramon Narvaez, and all of our graphics and logos are by Dagan Moriarty. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's podcasts, including Constellation, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest support tier, and we're infinitely grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor.